Judith Bennett was appointed to the position of Associate Assistant Deputy Minister of the Material Group in September of 2024. The Material Group is the largest material organization in the Government of Canada responsible for the end-to-end management of military equipment and systems of the Canadian Armed Forces. Judith has spent her career in service in both defense and asset management interests of Canada. Prior to this appointment, she was the Director General, Infrastructure and Environment Engineering Services, where she oversaw major construction project delivery, architecture and engineering services, fire protection, and related programs, and nuclear safety. Judith recently served as Director General Material System of the supply chain in the Material Group. This complex portfolio is dedicated to meeting the high expectations of the Canadian Armed Forces, members, and Canadians for sound and effective material planning and supply chain management. Judith has held the role of Senior Director for a significant portfolio of major engineering assets across the country, such as bridges, dams, 835 kilometers of Alaska Highway, and Esquimalt Graving Dock. She has served as the Director of Implementation for the Carling Campus Project, a large-scale office accommodations project to transform National Defense Headquarters into today's modern collaborative environment. Judith holds an undergraduate degree of civil engineering from the Royal Military College of Canada and master's degree from complex project leadership from the University of Ottawa. She's a certified professional engineer and project management professional. She's married with 2 teenagers and won't clean kitchens. The family enjoys visiting the cottage, outdoor life, and travel. Sorry about that. I read the bio a little bit too figuratively there. My apologies for that. Also, my colleague that I've gotten to know over several years, Brigadier General retired Robert Mazelin, is a CG Senior Fellow and serves as the Chief Technology Strategist at the RIA Group, an international company providing bespoke engineering solutions, systems development, and security services for space, military, government, and other critical infrastructure. Do you want me to go through the whole bio? Thank you. Thank you for sparing me a few words. But Brigadier General Mazelin has truly performed excellent service for Canada, and I'm glad to call him a friend as well. Mr. Gordon Samuel Pesek is President and CEO of the Samuel Group of Companies and Chairman, Policy Insights Forum. Gordon is a globally recognized executive and strategist with more than 30 years of leadership, experience spanning businesses, defense, government affairs, and national security. As president of the CEO of the Samuel Group of Companies, he leads the North American network of specialized firms providing strategic advisory, government relations, defense consulting, and market representation services. Thank you for also attending, Gordon. Greatly appreciate it. I will skip a little bit of the bio as well, but yeah, very, very happy that you're here as well. And then we have the Honorable Peter MacKay, served for the Parliament of Canada for over 18 years as an MP, including as Cabinet Minister in the Harper government for 10 years, as well as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Minister of National Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency. Mr. MacKay chaired the Government National Security Committee for almost 10 years and served on other numerous interim parliamentary committees. Prior to politics, he served as the Crown Attorney. He is also the strategic advisor for Deloitte Canada and counsel with McInnes Cooper, an Atlantic Canadian law firm. He works nationally and internationally in areas such as aerospace and defense, procurement, infrastructure, and justice reform. Mr. MacKay serves as a board member for the Cielo Waste Solutions Corp. And on numerous volunteer boards, including Wounded Warriors, Boost Child and Youth Advocacy, the Canadian Global Affairs Institute, and the Canada-US Law Institute. Welcome, and thank you very much for being in attendance as well. For the participants of FORPIQ and those that are online, this is one of the best keynote panels that I've ever had the pleasure of hosting. And Peter MacKay, I wish you a very good session. Thank you.
Merci David et merci Johanne et FORPIQ pour l'invitation d'être ici. Et vous avez raison. C'est un panel extraordinaire. Je connais bien toutes les personnes ici ce matin. I've had the good pleasure of having encountered all of these individuals at various times during my time in Ottawa. And I was struck in particular by the reference to the Nortel campus. That was something that was well underway in terms of the transition for the Canadian Armed Forces to have a consolidated place within the nation's capital. I think we had some 42 different locations around the Quebec and Ottawa side of the river. And of course, General, I had the good fortune as well to observe from a very privileged vantage point your good work and your extraordinary career, I must say, and your service made an enormous impact on many young men and women who served under your leadership. So thank you. And Goran is one of the foremost experts, really, in North America in terms of his knowledge of security and Canada's role in the world. And I have to at least acknowledge Christian Lebrec, who is still here. Professor Lebrec has made incredible contributions, and as we've seen this morning, gave a really world view of Canada's place on such important matters involving defense and security and intelligence. And maybe just a few comments to tee up this discussion here. Goran and I were participating in the Halifax International Security Forum on the weekend, where we gathered individuals from around the globe who are watching this geopolitical morass, for lack of a better word, that is unfolding in real time. We had a large number of Ukrainians present. We had a smaller number of Americans present than we've had previously because of the decision taken by the administration to prevent the Pentagon from having active participation in this and other forums, which is unfortunate, to say the least, because discussions such as this, discussions on the response of governments and militaries and how we in the West, democratic countries, and the conference in Halifax was styled democracies. Democracies. Democracies promote decency. Democracies promote dialogue. Democracies promote defeating dictators. And in an us and them world, which is becoming increasingly polarized, this has to be really very much central to the discussion. The purveying of information, even. The new head of what is called NATO Diana, Defense Innovation Accelerator North Atlantic, made, I thought, a very astute comment about information itself, which is also very much part of how we protect ourselves, how we compete, how we protect intellectual property, how we educate the next generation as to what is going to be important to them. That education, as it was described, is difficult these days, in large part because of the devices that we all carry. And Christian referenced his 3 kids. I have 3 kids as well. It's all there. The history of humankind is now available in the palm of the hand. And yet that is fascinating and completely terrifying in a world where AI is the overlay to much of this. And as it was described, truth is expensive and sometimes behind a paywall. Lies are free. And I mean, just let that wash over you. This is where we are challenged by our adversaries. And even announcements in real time while we were in Halifax, Goran, you'll recall, they were saying, here's the new deal that's being offered to Ukraine by Russia. And Russian bots had already injected their language into the announcement. And so this makes the whole discussion even more challenging at times like this. So, félicitations pour la décision et le timing pour cette discussion. Judith, I think I'll start with you, just in terms of your challenge. And we, by the way, we want to leave lots of time for questions, but we're not going to talk about open procurement. We're not going to talk about existing decisions, but we are going to talk about process and how we get there. And so with that as the backdrop, I'll give you a very broad mandate here to talk about it. the challenges for Canada in terms of infrastructure, deep water refueling stations in the Arctic, for example, which have been a big challenge, changeovers to new equipment that we anticipate at ports, airfields, et cetera. Those in and of themselves are massive investments, as we all know. The government is making massive investments, and yet procurement has bedeviled successive governments, successive projects, as we have known. Give us a little bit of confidence as to how these projects differ from previous efforts, and this sense of urgency that I think empowers governments to make these big muscle movements happen.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that intro. I did want to start by saying, as we're talking about acronyms earlier today, we are really good at acronyms. I will do my best not to use any acronyms.
TLAs, as they're known at DMV.
Yeah, TLA.
Three-letter alphabet.
I will tell you, we have an acronym I learned last week. We have an acronym for snowmobiles.
Wow.
When we buy snowmobiles, we call them the light over snow vehicles, in case we needed to make it more complicated. Well, thank you very much. And I'm really excited to be here. I have to say, I do feel a little bit like a fish out of water. I feel like a civil engineer who's an implementer, project doer in a sea full of IP, legal and economic experts, but it's a wonderful place to be, actually, because it allows us to have an understanding of each other's perspectives. So that's great. I work with the most significant privilege is working alongside members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and I would say an extremely dedicated defense team that is absolutely committed to delivering capability to the Canadian Armed Forces and supporting them in their missions. It's a tangible mission with meaning, and it's definitely a space where we're seeking all sorts of expertise. And it's, as a country, we find ourselves in a very pivotal moment. The world is changing. We are an increasingly dangerous and divided world. And from our perspective, our ability to get capability in the hands of the Canadian Armed Forces is a massive, important component of deterrence. So that is the need to accelerate defense procurement is an absolute imperative that we are absolutely seized of. But what's really fascinating to me, it's also a moment where Canada has recognized the intrinsic link between national security and economic security, and that fact that those objectives are connected and have meaning in the lives of everyday Canadians. And this is actually responsibility that's come to us with a significant increase in defense funding, as the professor has mentioned. That is something we don't take lightly. We know that between ourselves, and I have to say, and I say this often, with our industry partners, academia, all of the enablers, it is the entire ecosystem that Canadians are looking to see that change, to see that deterrence, and to see that economic benefit. So the responsibilities are very strong. So I'll just give you a little perspective. So ADM Material Group, this is an implementation group. So we are the doers. We manage most of the capital project, our budgets. We deliver equipment. We sustain it through life, and that has a very important IP component for us as well. But I'm supported by some great people. I've got Merv and Laura here on IP. And when we talk about innovation, which my colleagues will come later, we are the ones that take sort of that high ready innovation and put it into action for our colleagues. So doing things differently in procurement, because it is an imperative and it is a team sport. And so how do we get to do this faster? We've been doing a ton of thinking about this. There's a lot of research. But I'm going to start by saying something probably a bit provocative, in that the defense procurement system, as it was designed to do exactly what was happening. It was designed in a resource-constrained environment that needed us to be very, very careful about the decisions we were making. We had to think through what was happening to every dollar in the current years and the future years to make sure we made the right decisions. If the geopolitical landscape changed or the fiscal landscape changed, there our plans changed. And so we would constantly be revisiting those decisions and how we would approach those capabilities consistently over the years at a loss to our buying power. And I think that became very, very obvious during COVID, when the inflation for the defense sector went up significantly, and as did our project budgets. So the imperative to move fast is also a cost imperative for us as well. It makes our commitments and our projects affordable if we get to move fast.
And COVID is a good reference because we saw Canadian industry pivot. And they were making something over here, and suddenly we needed medical equipment, respirators, or we needed distilleries to now make sanitizing materials. But speed also comes with speed wobbles. And that's where I think other departments get nervous. And my recollection of the war in Afghanistan, when we were trying to get equipment quickly into theater, we needed tanks, we needed drones, we needed long-range guns, we needed protective equipment. So there was an imperative. The public was behind us. It was still challenging to marry up the cross-threaded nature of different departments. Public Works wanted to design a perfect contract. Industry Canada wanted every nut and bolt made in Canada. Treasury Board wanted to get in everybody's underwear drawer and check all the numbers. And the PMO had an overlay of politics. And if you want to get to an end result that makes no sense, follow the politics of this. And so that's the worry, and I'm not putting the politics side on you. That's on others. But the challenge in getting fast and getting results is going to be in this ability to bring a common mandate. And so, interestingly, the current government has a new agency that is designed to do just that, to bring the minds together, and they also have a higher ceiling of budget that perhaps will allow this to happen. So maybe if you could speak just a little to that.
For sure. And we're really excited about the agency. I will say that there are already members from D&D within that agency, and we're really excited about the prospect of what they can do, not only to issue contracts more quickly, but also to help oversee and ensure contract delivery. Because the other thing I'll point out when it comes to delivering capability in the hands of soldiers, it's not just the contract award, it's how that contract is executed. So having strong contracts with really good provisions around things like intellectual property are really important for us. So what I see is a couple of things. One is there's a clear recognition that the way our process is set up is extremely risk adverse. It sets us up to not talk with industry right at the beginning. So how do we bring industry in to talk to the folks who are developing the requirements? And that's extremely important. One of the challenges we face is, well, if we let them talk about the requirements, will that exclude them from the competition? Or they don't have security clearances to come get the information to talk about the requirements. So these are specific barriers that some of the investments are seeking to address. I'll also mention even in ONSAF, one of the things that we were always advising on had to do with the early access to funding. So the one challenge you have from a financial perspective is if you don't have access to the funding, which doesn't come till later on, all the benefits from having the early strategies about economic benefits, about what is the right procurement strategy that's going to get us in the first place. And the last thing I'll mention very quickly is some of the other ideas that we're looking at in D&D is I don't want to do a project by project approach anymore. It's very transactional. It doesn't allow us to have the right relationships with industry. And so from us taking a portfolio view, having that conversation with an organization like the Defense Investment Agency, it'll empower them to make those investments on behalf of national defense and Canadian Armed Forces.
Thank you very much, Judith. General Maslin, you've had the perspective now of being a serving member. You've looked at it from the outside as well in terms of private sector. Speak for a moment about these, again, overlapping priorities of the equipment needs of the Canadian Armed Forces. And there's obviously different needs, different branches and environments. And the pressures to work with industry, of course, to achieve a quick, fast, efficient, favorable outcome. The buzzword is dual use. It's actually multi-use in many instances, serves many different purposes. And it even serves different departments. You know, if we're getting subsea drones, for example, we're going to measure ice, we're going to look at fish stocks, and we're going to try to detect nuclear submarines. So those big mandates in the private sector and in the military become very complicated. And from a politician's perspective, a minister's perspective, I can tell you, you're relying on your public servants. I mean, you're going to get it in the head and question period, but you're relying on the information that comes from professional public servants.
Yes, sir. First, I'd just like to say thank you very much for the honor and privilege of being able to participate in a panel such as this and call David a friend. And from my perspective, having in uniform worked with the defense industry base and now being part of it, my perspective was always one of it's an opportunity now to continue to serve the nation in another capacity. And again, when we look at one of the my perspectives, when we look at policy evolution to adapt Canadian economy, Canadian security requirements, and working with defense industry or the industry base writ large, given the dual use nature of many of these capabilities, we have to look at it as an extension of national capacity. You know, we have a military that historically has been, certainly during my career, a military of modest means. When we look at the relationship in a technology-intensive environment, really speaks to that evolution of technology. So when I look at it in the broad, and I think this is the common challenge that faces many nations, in 2022, global defense spending was over $2 trillion. And we start looking at the nature of that technology, and this is where policy evolution comes into place, is that we're moving more to dual use technologies as a critical core of the capability. So the challenge is one of being able to encourage innovation, but at the same time be able to maintain security of these of sensitive technologies that are in the national interest, not only from a defense perspective, but also economic competitiveness, and do so in the context of an alliance. So, for example, within NATO, that is going through the nature, future, posture activities, and really realigning its defense industry base. They're putting a lot of consideration into that. So, from my experience, when I served under you during Afghanistan and we were evolving the C4ISR capability for the Canadian military, in many cases, IP was kind of a secondary issue. Many cases, the principal means of protecting it, the companies would recognize were really copyrights, trademarks, trade secrets, NDAs in a fast-moving technology environment. So the value of the IP really became important after the contract was signed, because it allows you the flexibility to innovate, respond to exigencies, reshape things, or actually recompete activities. And so it's having that relationship is very important. But I think the models that we were using at the time were needed evolution, and we see that policy development.
And the competition part is critical. It's a critical enabler in many ways, not only as to where we buy, but who we partner with, and then protecting it. Do you see opportunities for Canadian defense industry to sell outside of Canada, other NORAD countries, for example, or other NATO countries, for example? We have Sweden and Finland now in. That opens up perhaps new opportunities as well. Is there a market, in other words, for Canadian defense technology?
Most certainly there is, and certainly the two sectors that I'm primarily involved in, space and cyber. These are two sectors that we've historically been very strong in, but I would say it's conditional. The challenge is one of having an anchor client, if you will. So a lot of the work I've been doing is in Europe, and when you're dealing with countries with advanced defense industry bases, like Italy, Germany, France, that have a defense ecosystem, an evolved defense ecosystem, that are putting in place the policies to innovate and tie together industrial innovative capacity with national requirements. So, for example, in Italy, for example, they have established on the space front l'Officina Stellare, or the space factory. And it really is an ecosystem whereby government, their Ministry of Defense and national security authorities have worked with major defense providers and develop an ecosystem of hundreds of companies to actually innovate and respond to national agencies, and then be able to deal with IP considerations in a timely and practical basis to be able to innovate very quickly and protect the innovative capital. Now, it also speaks to the means by which, when you're looking at evolving technologies, being able to adapt these processes. Prior to the 2000s, we ran major capital programs, discrete ships, aircraft, armored fighting vehicles. These are discrete platforms, little interoperability required, if you will. As we moved into advanced technology, the C4ISR realm, it's all networking technologies that have a high degree, systems perspective, and a high degree of requirement for interoperability and working with many different partners. And so when we're looking at that, and especially in small to medium enterprises where you're dealing with bespoke technologies that are very granular, being able to provide this ecosystem of development with the appropriate protections in place, I think is critical and central. And the way to cultivate that, again, a long way to get to the answer, is developing, having the nation serve as an anchor client for this, because there's nothing worse than whenever we bring a capability to a European country, the first question they ask is, well, has Canada bought it? And when you say no, then the discussion kind of goes south from there.
I've heard this far more often since I left government than when I was in, and I wish I'd had that knowledge at the time, because most countries, in my estimation, do give favorability when scoring, what are we going to buy? They will look at not just Canadian content, but is there a Canadian company that actually produces this? And we're seeing this more, I suggest, in the tech sector now than ever before, where this arms race is really a tech race that's happening. The bad news is we do it in a very regulated environment. We do it in a highly competitive environment. We take economies of scale and many other factors into that final decision. Our adversaries don't. China, the crinks, as they're referred to, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, I'd add Venezuela, they are not playing by the same set of rules, and therefore are able to do things that we would never contemplate. I'm going to come back and ask you something about the Arctic, because I think that's where technology is going to be an absolutely critical component to addressing that enormous vulnerability that we know exists in the Arctic. But Goran, I want to turn to you with your vast experience around how we support industry, but working with government and giving government the information that it needs to make good decisions. What are some of the lessons that we can learn from our allies, and to some extent our allies, and why are we so bad at procurement? You've watched this unfold over many years. Why do we continue, even at the front end of this new era, to struggle to get, as the military say, from flash to bang?
Peter, thank you very much. I'll try to answer all those questions. I actually have some thoughts about that, because these are long-standing existential questions that we've been seeing over and over again. But before I start, I just wanted to thank everyone in the audience, and including myself here, for all three of you serving Canada. You've served in a political capacity, ministerial capacity, in different portfolios. Judith, you're serving in a public service capacity, which is absolutely fundamentally important. In general, you have served in the name of Canada at home and abroad. So these three individuals here are, in my opinion, one of Canada's most excellent individuals, because they're not just going for a paycheck. They're going here because there's a higher calling and a higher purpose. And all of us in the audience, my opinion, we all need to be inspired by each one of your leaderships, because this is what makes a country work. And when you have professionals and not only personal commitments into the career, but your families and all those, this is a job that very few people get to do, and it's a calling. So if I look at every one of you today in your representations today, this is a calling. This is not just a career. And I just want to say thank you very much, Peter. Thank you. Thank you.
It's very good.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to acknowledge that. I want to set the context of of a scenario, then I'm going to try to unpack it for you for the audience. In the past, we had infinite time and no money. Your representation about the current constraints in the past history, I think actually for me, I thought, wow, that's a eureka moment, because that's actually true if you really look at it. So the system is not to be blamed. Today, it was a system that we never really looked at in the current lens of the geopolitics and the current stresses that we had, let's say even bilaterally. So I think to me, that was a bit of an eureka moment. It sounds obvious, but I think I appreciate that hearing it directly today, given where we want to go and how we're going to get there. So acknowledging some of these aspects, I think, is key here. So what does that mean? Today, we have no time and infinite money. One would say. I like to think optimistically here as a business guy.
I don't know if I agree with that as a
But,
conservative.
we have credit, right? and it's not just simply, and we also have a lot of goodwill, and we have a sophisticated financial system. Our adversaries don't. We have a lot of things that we need to think about, that how we created wealth in this country could be seen mobilizing the national interest. So I think we need to think boldly, we need to think differently. But so we have no time, and we have a good budget, let's say, just to be more realistic. So let me just unpack something that I'm lucky that I work with companies, and I've represented probably 80% of the defense primes in my career in some capacity or another, whether representing them as a lobbyist, representing them as an advisor, teaming with them to try to figure out what we can do on a procurement, or just simply adding some potential future forecasting on where things might be, and kind of guessing some of your work that you were thinking around doing. So I laid out a long time ago, and I just realized I wrote something recently in our blog about this, because it was something I saw, but I completely forgot. But a lot of questions like yours provoke this. So I'm coming from a perspective of these different blocks, and you can see yourselves, my colleagues on stage here, where you reside in those different blocks. Politics informs policy. Policy gives guidance to programs. Programs allows projects to happen, and then procurement results. I'm going to repeat that again, just in case you haven't heard this, because I think this is a fundamental understanding of the world that I work in, and then what do I offer, and then how do clients come see me? Because I think, again, explaining this to others will be useful. So politics at the highest level informs policies, informs or guides programs, and then you've got projects coming from those programs, and then you have procurement as a thing, as a ultimate outcome transaction, a particular app.
And then an election happens and you start again.
Oh, we're not there yet. We're not
Okay.
there. Okay. So I'm coming from the perspective, and I'm very fortunate to come at clients who are saying to me, the Samuel Group, I'm coming to you because I see you as an expert in politics. I see you an expert in policy, and then I see you as an expert in programs. I can say yes to all of those. When it comes to projects and procurements themselves, there are more companies in Ottawa that can help do better than I would, for example, as a company. So I have my kind of limits where I operate, but there are companies that do consulting, that do excellent programs, and then get into the real nitty-gritty of procurement. So the client comes to me and says, I got something. Either it's an idea or other things, or even perhaps going after something that has been publicly stated on an RFP, etc. So they're coming at it from procurement. And they're like, okay, I know where the procurement is. The project that we've identified it. The program is maybe articulated, maybe not. And I think that speaks to some transparency or understanding. And then the question I ask is, well, where's the policy that's guiding any of this? Now, where's policy found? In budgets, in government declarations or statements, in the defense industrial strategy, potentially, right, that we're going to talk about. It's found in different places. Prime ministerial statements could perhaps inform policy. And then there's long-standing Canada's position on certain policy aspects, big block issues, right? Like NATO, for example, is an easy one. NORAD is an easy one. But then there's the politics part of it. And when you join politics and procurement at the other extreme ends, they tend to touch each other. in a way that makes them very similar, even though they could be on one side of the spectrum to the other. But you've been in the business, it becomes a little bit more tricky, because when you really are gonna look at making an acquisition of some kind, the politics of foreign policy, the politics of domestic considerations, the politics of a party or a circumstance or just other factors that are perhaps not known so clearly, those are some of the variables that I, as a person in the craft, try to unpack and read the tea leaves, if I can say. And that's not easy, because that means you have to have trusted relationships, all right, in order to have some kind of better than guess estimate in the politics of things, in the policy places, right, in some of the programmatics that are actually happening to provide any real value to a client. And if you don't, you shouldn't be in the business, because this requires expertise, trusted and verified, and maybe trusted and verified again to make sure you got the information. So I'm just going to pause there and ask, did I answer some of those initial questions? Because I think we have to admit that there's a lot of things that we can identify, but we may not have a long-term or immediate answer today.
I'm going to add a couple more P's to your list.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking for always to refine my chart.
And they are partners.
Okay.
Promises, political and otherwise, and payment.
Oh, yeah.
And so this is not really, a group of economists or those who perhaps run those numbers, but, I went to a one-room school, but I look at this type of commitment on the spending side, and I can't help but think, how do we pay for it? I mean, Deloitte is an accounting firm, but I look at this and I think in the current climate with recessionary winds, trade wars happening, where does this money come from? I kicked around Ottawa long enough to know that, there's either cuts or reallocations or spending decisions. Investments and cuts are not the same thing. But this is a moment in time where, we're running big deficits for this particular initiative, not just in defense, but in other areas. Mm-hmm. There's also competition amongst existing programs, to come back to your analogy. And so are we taking money from here to there? I remember in Afghanistan, there was a feeling around town that, well, defense is getting too much money, even though we were investing in equipment that was saving lives and helping an international mission. And so those are also big considerations. I'm not going to pose to the panelists, but when you're borrowing on an overdrawn account with monetary commitments of this size, there has to be some alarm bells going off in some circles as to, well, how do we pay for it? When I hear this is a generational budget, I think, yes, it is. It's putting a future generation in jeopardy if we're not careful. But to come back to the issues of where we spend, how we do it responsibly. In your experience, I'll ask this to all of you, who does it best? Who does it well? Who are some of the international examples that we can look to? We looked at Australia, I remember. The UK is an obvious example. The Americans are always a comparator. But are there lessons to be learned, Judith, when we think about the goals of supporting industry, infrastructure, this new defense industrial strategy, this defense investment agency? These are innovative for Canada. They're new, but they have been tried in other jurisdictions.
Thanks. I will try and channel the folks. So just so folks are tracking the defense industrial strategy, our Prime Minister did mention that he's looking to release that before the holidays. So we're looking forward as well. I think from my perspective, so the material group also is, the ADM is Canada's National Armament Director. So we do get the privilege of working like multilaterally and bilaterally with all of the NATO nations, as well as our Five Eyes partners. And we share a lot of information and lessons learned with respect to what are the best practices, defense industrial collaboration being one of them. We've looked at the models that other countries use with respect to even their own procurement agencies. So we do have a really good ability for us to learn from one another. I think one of the, maybe two that I'll share that we've been putting into practice and you know, how do we accelerate, right, as examples. So we've been experimenting with other models with our partners in PSBC, and I said with the concept of strategic partnerships, right? And what does that mean? That's a really important component because in our view, and we don't have a formal definition, I think people are very much seeking that. I can tell you I get a lot of phone calls from companies that say, we want to be your strategic partner. But for us, strategic partner means more than we want the sole source contract. We want a relationship with a national champion, right? A national champion that can bring along other members of the supply chain, somebody that we can have frank and open conversations about, is this investment we're making continually good for Canada? And it becomes less of a transaction. I will never say contracts aren't important. Terms and conditions of contracts are actually foundational to having a healthy relationship. So it's not about, oh, we won't listen to the contract. The contract has to be good, but the relationship also has to be enduring, and it also has to be mutually beneficial. So that's one.
We saw that in the auto sector recently, did we not? In terms of contracts and promises of jobs, I think Canadians are a little bit, it's on their radar. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, under 100%. And that's the expectation. That's why the firmness of the understanding is really important. And then the other component that we are looking a lot into is about mutually beneficial supply chains, right? So when we talk about the importance of buying Canadian, and I will mention that because one thing that we are looking at in the defense industrial strategy obviously is, what are our sovereign capabilities? Right? What does that mean? That means if we view something as a sovereign capability, it should be a signal to industry that we're seeking to invest there. And those aspects are really important to us. So obviously our colleagues have declared upon sovereign capabilities. They become a clear signal. From my perspective, you'll probably see a list of sovereign capabilities, but we already have them, right? We have a national shipbuilding strategy. We have, for decades, we've had a munitions supply program. So what else is a sovereign capability? And when we look to the future, what we want also the ability for those companies to be able to export. So the last point I'll leave on what have we learned from other countries is when I deal bilaterally, it's not always about, at least it's moving from, well, I'll sell you your stuff, you sell us our stuff, and promoting our defense capabilities. We have to get better at that. So that is something other countries do that we don't do, right? We don't come to the table and say, hey, you should listen to this Canadian company or come talk to this Canadian company. We as a federal government have been very hesitant to do that in terms of an open competitive market. I can tell you our colleagues are not as hesitant to do that. They're very, very vocal about the strengths of their companies. And so I think our intention is to be much more vocal moving forward. But the mutually beneficial partnerships with our allies, extremely important, because it's not just about I have this, you have this. Sometimes it will be, we can collaborate on this. And I will say Canada has so many amazing assets. We have critical minerals. We have space, and I don't mean outer space, but space is extremely important. We actually have physical space and geography that I would say is being eyed at with some very considerable interest, especially when you think about training. So I'll stop it there.
For storing data as an example of an asset that we don't often think about. And I want to pick up on that point because I think that this is also part of this partnership that we should be looking to in the future with the not just tech industries and manufacturers of arms, but also those critical minerals and energy. What does any military need more than food and ammunition? They need energy to move. And General, maybe you could speak a little bit to this in terms of elaborating on this intersection with cyber and security and emerging disruptive technologies and what we would call the very high end. We also have to loop back and look at what enables militaries to be successful, to go places, to bring something to the fight. And, you know, I'm sure you've spent a good deal of your career thinking about those enablers in total.
Yes. So a lot to unpack there. I'd back this out when we look at such technologies. The C4ISR environment, if you will, the interconnectivity that it has, not only within military systems, and effectively in the last 20 to 30 years, it's revolutionized the nature of military acquisition and also military capability. We talk about the revolution of military affairs and knowledge-based warfare. These capabilities are fundamental, and one of the challenges that we've had is, the nature of the technology environment has fundamentally transformed how we acquire things, and also the interdependency between military capability and national capacity. So I kind of roll that back into, what are our broader strategic interests? It's really, it's digital sovereignty, strategic autonomy. Okay. So the capabilities, when we look at developing these capabilities, in my mind, it's one of really, Canada looking at what are vital national interests. We have a large landmass. We have resources. We have space that needs to be covered. We're a small population. We have a small military, and that has a very big responsibility. How do we extend into this broader, the national capacity with other federal departments and organizations and industries and communities to be able to provide this sovereign protection? So it's really one, in many cases, it's how do we evolve an ecosystem of development? And it really looks at, what are, and in the context of a broader alliance, when we look at Canada, we have specific security requirements that are dictated by our landmass. We have partnerships that with nations like our U.S. friends that have a common interest in this area, and we have, in light of the evolving global threat that's emerging, we have a relationship with NATO that need to be shaped.
And
So,
sorry to interrupt, is that further enabled by the entrance of Finland and Sweden, who are also Arctic Council countries, and operating in that very austere environment, albeit Canada's challenge just because of the sheer size and the landmass and the moving ice and the effect of climate change, that has all created a confluence of many challenges at one time. Hence the simple solution that's being promoted by the U.S. about a golden dome, similar to what Israel has. That is probably a bridge too far in any near term. But are those the countries perhaps that we should be looking to, sort of an Arctic Council for defense in terms of addressing that big issue? ISR, low satellite trajectory challenges us there, but the sheer inability to operate, as the Franklin expedition discovered, and we as a country have sort of this romantic notion about the Arctic without knowing that it's -50 and pitch black in February. And trying to operate there in a military, let alone a commercial capacity, is near impossible.
yes. And I think this kind of goes to the point I was looking to assert, that when we look at vital national interests, our strengths from an industrial base and our military capability. I mean, during the 90s, we advertised ourselves as a general purpose combat military. And the thing is that you end up being somewhat stretched far too thin. Now, when you look at the NATO advanced strategic concept, really what they're looking to do is rationalize capability along the NATO sphere of influence, and how do we directly confront principal adversaries like the Chinese and the Russians. So it requires nations, and there were some very good models we spoke about of nations that have a mature defense industrial base that's evolved from since the Second World War, but that needs to transform in the concept of broader global partnerships. So the issue is one for us to really look very clearly in terms of what our national interests are, our national capacities, and posture ourselves as a nation to be able to meet those, and in partnership with nations that have similar capabilities, and posture our technology base to be able to do that. So space, cyber are important areas. So an interesting example, for example, of this type of of a rationalization comes from Luxembourg, if you will. So if you're looking at advanced nations like Italy, Germany, France, folks, we haven't really typically done a whole lot with. We've always tended to look at the Five Eyes. You know, they have very advanced defense industry bases that are tied into government policy and requirements. Luxembourg, on the other hand, it's got an army of 800 people, and they recognize that they're going to make, at best, a nominal contribution to any mission. They've gone through two economic transformations since the Second World War, one from a mining to a financial economy, and now they've reshifted that into a space-based economy. So what they've decided to say, we won't be able to provide, you know, heavy combat capability, but we will provide space-based communications and imagery to complement NATO efforts. So similarly, when we look at our real vital interests, looking at the Arctic, how do we shape our national ecosystem? It's not just our industry ecosystem, but the social system, you know, making best use of the indigenous communities, enable them, the Canadian Rangers, and look at the tools. And we were looking at dual use technologies, tools that help you surveil the Arctic, provide this added lever of early warning, complement systems, sovereign surveillance system like our over-the-horizon long-range radar, to be able to enable independent thought, strategic autonomy in terms of what we see in concert with allies, be able to participate with allies, but supporting our own economic base and our own decision-making authority, I think is a helpful model, and do that with trusted partners.
It's fascinating. It also occurs to me that these are huge investments as well. You know, and I said we weren't going to talk about submarines or fighter aircraft, but in addition to ISR, there's one of those acronyms again, and satellite connectivity, all of these are systems of systems now, it seems, across the defense space. And being able to see the battle space in its entirety, or to the best extent that you can, is massively advantageous to us and to our allies. Goran, we're also a continent, not a country, but a continent surrounded by water. And so while space, you know, as they said in the movies, is the next frontier, the water is also a major challenge. Where the UK, it has discovered, is seeing their cables being tapped and monitored, subsea cables. My own grandfather, to be personal for a moment, was in the First World War as a naval cadet, served in the Second World War as a merchant Navy, and then joined the Western Union and laid the first transatlantic cables between a place called Valentia Island and Heart's Content, Newfoundland. And that began this connective tissue that we now have. And we still have trillions of dollars in commerce that are traveling in subsea cables that the bad guys are now trying to tap into. We know it's also true of transmissions of energy and electricity. So give us a little bit of your thoughts on what and where Canada can go to address those challenges, again, in partnership with investments and priorities.
Yes, I'm going to answer your immediate question a little bit later.
Okay.
I'm going to get to, I think, I'm going to answer your immediate question just a little bit later in context, but I just want to sort of lay it out this way in your earlier questions around what are other countries doing?
Yes.
Right? So I think that's an important one, because we looked into this ourselves in preparation for the conference. So I have an office in Washington, D.C., so we track what's happening at the DoD, and are very mindful that in the latest communique from the Secretary of War, that procurement and acquisition and a few other things that they're putting together now to create this more integrated system for acquisitions and procurement and so forth is seen on a wartime footing. Now, I'm not going to put that in the Canadian headline news or in here in Montreal, but if you look at the documents coming out from the Department of War, they're in a wartime footing. So if anybody's on stage here or in the audience wondering what time it is, I'm trying to figure that out myself, and I don't have an answer. So that's an important comment to make, because this is an official U.S. government documents every day now.
Sure.
So if you look at the U.S. system, we have to look at it in a system that has had procurement perpetually through its iteration since the Second World War. Okay, we've had procurement intermediately, I think it's fair to say, based on needs, requirements, and the slow-moving geopolitics of the Cold War. And then we've had, this peace dividend time frame. Then we've had the war on terror, and we've had other sort of, maybe shorter periods of time, but there's enough time to think about things, etc. So now we're in a different time where, the technology was still physical, but now the technology is in software. And in fact, the software is writing itself, which is even a different
Right.
time.
I mean, we could have an entire panel
Yeah.
discussion on AI.
Exactly.
and,
So we're
and
entering
many of them
a
have it.
different kind of era. But what I wanted to touch upon is if we look at all these documents, I'm sure your office did a good job reviewing our allies. We have to ask ourselves two things. Do any of these things actually apply in our national context? And the answer is no. Okay, what elements then can we pick from that remotely look like what we want? And then we put them on a very short list, and there's a very long list that says these don't apply because of all kinds of reasons. Okay, so now we have a short list that we've extracted from our allies, and then we can kind of start there as a nucleus, right? But let's look at it this way. There's a paradox in my statement. Are we strategically competing with our allies, or are we strategically cooperating with our allies when we're talking about defense industry? Because if they're going to be our competitors on certain platforms or certain things that we're trying to produce domestically through sovereign capability and made in Canada, are the allies, our allies, NATO allies, others, are they making the same thing and they're trying to sell it to us and we're trying to reinvent the wheel? So that's a question we need to ask ourselves deeply, and that is, do we want to keep making what others are making and drive up strategic competition versus strategic, on the other hand, collaboration? And what I mean is, why don't we take an approach, because we have a bit of a greenfield moment now, and say, what are the areas, and to the general's point, yes, Luxembourg is part of the Artemis Accords, as is Canada, as is Japan, as is a few other countries. Why? Because they want space mining rights and space manufacturing. That's pretty specific for a country to diversify its national wealth and its purpose, and add to ally input on NATO. So let's look at, where does Canada go, right? Have we recognized ourselves as an Arctic power? We need to think about that. Have we recognized ourselves as a maritime power, given the coastline responsibility of 3 oceans and lakes that we have? Have we declared ourselves? We have a national shipbuilding strategy, but does this start by saying Canada is a naval maritime power? No. So there are some concepts, like in the Luxembourg context, that we got to get ahead.
We're an energy superpower.
Oh, we're going to get there in a second,
But-
okay?
But I've heard green energy superpower. I don't hear oil and gas in there yet.
No, it's okay. So we want to look at, where can we add real input? And I'm going to get to the economics, and I'm going to get to the IP then, okay? So if we're competing to make the same thing that our allies are trying to sell back to us, and I'm sure you've got a list of all those companies potentially.
Some would say the Avro Arrow, that was the beginning of the end.
Well, it depends.
Well, we started to make something better.
There's
I mean, that's a great
documentary
reference.
for that, but
Yeah.
but my point is, if we're looking at competing on systems for systems, then we're competing for the resources from the ground up and the intellect that's required to make it through universities and industry to create the widget or the system. So are we really then making something that's different than the ally?
Better than.
Oh, well, maybe better, but so is a widget, and it's shinier or faster. But what about the other things around the room, right? So we have to think about it as saying, can we add to the alliance, okay, in our general posture, the resource inputs that we truly need to make that thing that's probably very expensive, because we're all competing for the same object through the resource sector? Can we say that Canada will provide the energy inputs, will provide the necessary metals, materials, and other special techniques that we can provide at the raw end of the spectrum initially, and then maybe refine that raw end of commodities, which we're a commodity-based country, into more refined elements as we get to give to the nations that we call partners, allies, and fellow democracies an opportunity to do what they're already doing. But we're going to partake in that. So rather than the widget costing you $1 billion, it could cost you 100 million now. Why? Because we put our part in. We have trust, which is the most important ribbon in all of what we're talking about, right? The trust of government, the trust of industry, academia, the trust of our alliances. And right now, that's a very difficult topic to talk about. We're mistrusting each other at a time where, the Department of War is calling war footing production. So Peter, it's a hard statement to take. Now, I like to offer a practical solution where later this afternoon, and you'll excuse me in the audience here, I got to rush back to Ottawa. I'm very fortunate, and for the first time in my life, able to appear before a committee on technology, industry and technology this afternoon in Parliament.
What are you going to tell them? Give us a
Well,
little.
Peter, this is what I'm going to tell you, because I've been looking for what to ask, because I like to offer something from an industry perspective that's practical for everyone to agree on. I like to offer this idea that we should have an Office of Defense Innovation and Commercialization. That will be in the text today if it's not been distributed already. The reason I say that is that we need a place to put defense innovation with all its caveats, the IP aspect, the security clearances, the individuals, the money associated with projects and funding and all those things, with an eye on commercialization. Because when I hear I want to export something, that means a couple things. It sounds like an easy thing, but it's not. Is it Canada's only product? Or am I creating an exportable product, which we can say is a defense commercial product off the shelf? So in this proposed fictitious office that I would like to sort of see either within the Defense Investment Agency, possibly, I don't know where it will reside, or perhaps in DRDC, Defense Research Canada. Because we need an office where businesses can go to have the questions that today's audience in this room are asking. And if we don't have an office of, again, this is my thing, defense, innovation, and commercialization, we can't have a conversation because I got to go to 10 different places and people are going to hire me for a year to get them something where I could go potentially in an afternoon and get an answer. So how can we be efficient with ourselves? That's the one thing I learned from our allies.
And I think that efficiency piece is baked into what the government is trying to do as far as bring about rapidity and adding, a Canadian component to it. This has been one of the drags, if you will, on innovation and Canadian equipment procurement, because we look at a piece of equipment, we say, right, how do we make this, compliant with our needs? And how do we get a Canadian addition to this? It's sort of the proverbial space arm to add on to what we're buying from someone else. What's your takeaway from that, what Goran's going to tell the Defense Committee?
I have a few takeaways.
Yeah.
So I think first, there's a really important point here, which is, national defense needs a strong Canadian defense industrial base. We absolutely need it. It's good for Canada. It's good for national defense. It's good for the CAF. We want to be able to rely on Canadians to develop and innovate, create IP, and keep that IP in Canada. Like, that is extremely important. What I am nervous about, though, when it comes to everything that we're going to do in Canada, is that if the Canadian Armed Forces is your only client, that will be a huge challenge, because we don't want to be the only client. We do want companies to be able to grow and expand and, yes, sell part of their wares or all of their wares to other countries. And I agree, being in competition, we can't be everything to everyone. I don't think that's going to work.
And it's not economically viable.
Not economically
simply
viable.
Not a large enough market.
And we don't do well enough to, we don't have enough demand, even in the, probably with some of the most severe cases. Canada won't be enough of a demand necessarily to make a viable offering for, tens of thousands of something year over year over year.
But
So
in the
they're
tech space, if you make something that is better than what everybody else is doing, that will create demand. I hate to use this example, but I went through this a couple of months ago with my daughter. Like, everybody wants the Labubu of defense equipment. That's a crazy example. But if you're able to put that out there, especially in the tech space, because it is moving so fast, then I think that creates markets. Our special forces are very good at innovating.
very good at innovating.
They're very good at taking something off the shelf and making it fit for purpose. It's how do we foster that ecosystem, as you put it earlier, to allow the intersection of defense industry and the procurement needs of the Canadian Armed Forces.
We have to solve that innovation to acquisition pathway. There are solutions that exist already, but I think we just need to push that envelope a little bit more. And I would say the other thing is that we haven't talked about it yet, but there has been some announcements with respect to defense innovation secure hubs. So really important advancement where we're having defense, academia, industry together, security cleared, innovating together to keep that IP in Canada. So those are really important initiatives as well.
And one of the earlier presenters said that, it was Vancouver, Montreal, and I don't know, Edmonton or Toronto. There's also a lot going on in Halifax.
There
I can
is.
tell you, in
Yeah.
terms of the home of the Royal Canadian Navy. We have this now NATO Diana Cove are doing a lot on the marine tech side. And there's another interesting component that we don't have time to talk about, but that is sort of an international defense bank, venture capital, which may partly answer the question, how do we pay for it? Because the how do we pay for it is, there will be a reckoning at some point. General, if you were going before the Defense Committee today, what would you tell them?
Well, basically, as a compliment to Goran's efforts, I think the key piece is it's an issue of exercising leadership in the development of what industry is required to produce. So if we reflect back, prior to the 2000s, we had a robust R&D institution, a development environment in defense, and in general, Western defense oversaw an ecosystem of economic development. A lot of the foundational research was being done by defense, and that was transferred to industry. The nature of the environment has now reversed completely. So especially in the areas of emerging disruptive technologies, upon which a lot of the dual use capabilities that are going to be foundational to our C5 ISR capabilities are important. The challenge that we have, and that is a requirement, and I would applaud, an effort such as Goran is offering, is government needs to be able to direct industry. So if you recall, during Afghanistan, what we had for a period of time, we actually had this. We developed that in the Canadian C5 ISR environment. We had a major capital program. We were spending about $1.5 billion a year on an integrated capability. We had 3 major contracts, with 3 major defense providers, and under that, an ecosystem of 28 different companies underneath those. So when we were having to confront new operational challenges like the counter IED capability, when we were looking at trying to evolve the M777 guns with GPS guided munitions, we were starting to evolve space-based capability to supplement surveillance and intelligence and cyber capabilities. We could do that in that ecosystem because we could articulate clear requirements to the defense industry base, and then they would provide that in concert. So most of the small to medium enterprises, so on a daily basis, when we're dealing with SMEs, and right now, a good example is on drone-based technologies. They're looking at basically AI-enhanced imagery processing and also GPS to be able to operate in GPS-denied environments. And the development cycle, as one of the earlier presenters said, is like 6 weeks. So the thing is, being able to guide that development, the engagement, when we engage with the Ukrainian military, they're very focused in what they require and what they want. And so the challenge is getting this defense ecosystem that has been built out to be able to respond to focused, precise initiatives, as opposed to developing a panoply of different technologies that may or may not go anywhere. Now, there's still a benefit, I would say, in terms of having lower TRL levels being developed, because it raises the ambient level of knowledge and expertise in the country. But in terms of being able to satisfy accountability and ensure that money is being spent effectively and meeting operational needs, it's very, very important for government to be able to reassert itself in the requirement cycle and engage with industry to help guide what are the priority areas they're going to invest in. And also, if we have to pick winners, we pick winners, but companies understand where they are in that ecosystem and can posture their activities accordingly.
And Canadian companies can be winners.
Yeah,
We know that. We've been able to produce world-class technologies, world-class equipment, world-class people We've been on the front end of so much of this. We haven't always had, and this is not a partisan comment, we haven't always had the most agile government to partner with the private sector. But I think that, you know, there's a clear impetus now to make that happen. You mentioned Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine should be fast-tracked into NATO, in my opinion. We're going to learn more from Ukraine in the next 2 years than we've learned in the last 50 in terms of how to push back against Russia and our adversaries. And they are in the proverbial throes of their survival, which really does stimulate innovation and adaptability. So I've been selfish with my time and asking the questions. We do have a little bit of time. I know we're really pushing the limits here, but if there's some questions, yes.
Ecosystems like Silicon Valley, and have chosen to come to this country and work and live here on behalf of the strongest role that Canada can have on the global stage. When it comes to de-risking, can you talk a bit about best practices that you've witnessed here? The professor mentioned the risk aversion in the venture capital space, de-risking for the government to be that anchor client. How can we really evangelize across industry here? And frankly, down to some of the pipeline elements, to the university tech transfer offices, to the startup ecosystems, and where we can really see broadening from a social license to a stakeholder license. So it's not just those of us who are beholden to the taxpayer in this very direct way, like our elected officials, but from a more literal capital flow sense, where you are accountable on a more quarterly basis, let's put it that way, to your investment responses.
Great question. Who wants to take a run at that? There's a lot there. The role for universities, how we recognize the risk factor, and give companies a little bit of support and insulation from that risk.
Maybe I'll give it offer a comment. Anyhow, thanks for the question, ma'am. The number of different efforts, and you see different companies, industries have success. I mean, our U.S. friends, very mature approach. When you look at companies like Lockheed Martin that has cultivated an extensive ecosystem of engagement with universities, Northrop Grumman, again, more so on the industry side, cultivating the relationship with the number of small to medium enterprises and developing that mutual trust, if you will. I see the nature, if we're looking at IP, which I think is central to this, when you're looking at emerging disruptive technology development, which is software intensive. And I think one of the challenges we've had historically is that our procurement methodologies, and when you start looking at government-based IP, the interest has been, give us all the data. And I'm starting to see more and more solicitations is that you have to give us everything, the object code, the whole piece. And I think part of it is, if you want to cultivate this industry base that you can rely upon, but doesn't hamstring its ability to compete on the broader commercial front, okay, it's an issue of really understanding what you want. You know, governments want to prevent vendor lock, to be tied into a specific provider, and they want to ensure interoperability of capabilities to be able to support the system of systems from an internetworking perspective. So the thing is that when we start looking at from an IP perspective and the relationship with these companies is what do you really specifically want? You don't want all the data and the object code that, for example, that a company, that's their raison d'etre. That's what provides their fundamental business case. But if you can modularize, components, you want to be able to extract the data out of that and use that. So like Lockheed Martin, the U.S. government's on the hook to Lockheed Martin for the F-35 program, like $500 million, because they've conflated the two environments. Okay, so the thing is that at the same time that you're missing out on the ability to have software upgrades as they go, because if you put them into an environment where it's so restrictive, companies are just going to basically lock down code into one version, and if you want any updates and amendments, then you're going to have to go back to them. That kind of defeats the purpose of open systems environments. So the issue is really revising the nature of the relationships with the industry base to ensure what exactly that you want to have out of that, so that you have the flexibility to rapidly respond to military needs, and at the same time not hinder the fundamental industry development base that you're relying upon to evolve. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions.
I just wanted to mention
Oh, yeah,
something
please.
super quickly, which is I invite folks to look at the budget 2025, because within there, I mean, I bet most of you have, but within there's a suite of measures that provides access to funding, specifically on things like developing civilian military pathways, anchor programs, and access to capital. So just wanted to mention that.
I think the call out to the universities though is a very critical one, as is, and we've given it a glancing blow, but the issues pertaining to the involvement of our Indigenous communities, especially around the Arctic, but writ large in this defense environment. Any other questions for the panel?
I believe we have one question online. So
Yes.
the person online, go ahead.
Yeah, indeed. Let me read the question to you. So it is, what role do you see academic institutions playing in the defense ecosystems other than preparing highly qualified personnel? So Juan is asking as well, how can researchers focus their applied research on the needs of, for example, the Department of National Defense?
Is there an R&D sort of classroom to boardroom component?
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Can I
Go
go
ahead.
to this one here? Okay, so we have to look at it. I'm a top-down thinker. What do we want to achieve in this country? And that is a whole of nation approach, not just whole of government. We've been talking about government, but a whole of nation, whole of society approach. What aspiration should we be aiming for? To put some of these questions that the caller and our participant asked, we should be aiming to create a Canadian defense prime, and putting it up as any of those other folks that we can name around the world as coming from their national countries, because they are national country products at the end of the day. And if we create one defense prime in the next 10 years, my goal, at least for Canada, we would have done something that no one in 100 years has done recently. Okay, we should make two defense primes if we can, and maybe make a digital defense prime. So if we're thinking about hardware and software coming together, maybe whatever these things and whoever's going to take that golden brass ring and run with it, this should be a national objective, and that all of these smaller questions and smaller category of issues can be channeled towards the development of a Canadian defense prime. Now, which company takes that helm, I think will be the company who is now or in the future wanting to do that and become that thing. So I'm just going to say, let's raise the bar as a country, and let's put our Canadian defense prime or two to the test to the national, let's say, defense economy in the world, and see what happens. Because I think the role of R&D has to channel not through DRDC or NRC or some other aspect, but should be channeled through a defense prime that has a very solid research and development, a skunk works, if you will, of some sorts, so that the next generation of something, sixth generation becomes ninth generation of something, can be done there and not be done in a government laboratory. Right. So that's just my perspective of where the world is, and I'm putting that out as a challenge to the room and to our country. Let's make a defense prime or two.
I think that's a clear message to the private sector.
That's right.
That industry, has to grab that opportunity and run with it. They do need a CD How on the government side, yeah, to work with and to enable. But I think we'll probably close on that positive note. That unless we have one quick question here, sure.
Yes, thank you for everything today. It's fantastic to hear you. It's quite an impressive panel. My question goes a bit against what Goran was saying, like building a prime, which like they did in the US, which produce fantastic technologies and exquisite equipment, but then it also increased the cost and it does stifle a bit innovation while there's like a huge ecosystem of technology, startups, entrepreneur. And to give an example, in the US is Anduril with Lucky Palmer, what everything is doing. And I believe personally there's a problem with capital in Canada to get to the, the private technology ecosystem. How do you see, first, what do you think about a company like Anduril, what they're doing in the market? And what do you think we need to do here to be able to produce not one prime, maybe one prime, but like a number of companies of that class that are innovative, that go ahead without having to be asked to do things? So that's my question.
Sort of the startup environment. How do we get some of those smaller companies in the game? Judith, you want to take a run at that?
I've got a couple of ideas, but obviously, like I said, there are some colleagues that are working on, again, the defense industrial strategy, so I don't want to steal some thunder. That's a few short weeks away. I think from my perspective, again, it goes back, I'll go back to the core of the procurement and acquisition piece, right? We need to create the space, the time and space. You mentioned the special forces as an example. There's certain areas now that we have access to earlier funding. Again, it always goes back to the money, eh? When you get access to earlier funding to look at your programs and your requirements, it gives us the ability to take more risk. And it is a culture thing within the department, right? I've just said we need to spend our money very carefully, right? But we're also very cognizant that in order to encourage early startups, we may spend money on something and not get what we expected to get. But we got to do that early, and we've got to have the authorities to do that. And I think in that smaller space, we do. And so it's really about, now that we have the funding and the authorities in the right space, now it's about changing the culture and pushing people to action. So,
well, as the special forces say, deeds, not words. And the consistency and the ability to help those smaller companies, startups, with the risk that they take on to make the investment, not quite knowing what that geopolitical or even political environment may be. Robert, did you have a last comment?
Just very quickly, and I think, and again, it kind of harkens back to, the fundamental motivation. We built a national railway. I mean, it was a commercial, private, and public partnership, if you will. And along the lines of the models of some of the advanced technology defense nations that I cited earlier, this is precisely the model that they've used. This is a public-private model that basically is initiated by government, if you will, collecting this group of companies that are producing technologies that are vital to their national interests. So when we look at fundamentally, a nation's ability to succeed and thrive in the knowledge-based environment going into the future, it's fundamentally developed based on its ability to innovate. So when we look at companies in the areas of quantum, the areas of artificial intelligence, that we already have a very strong basis, I think it really speaks to, someone from government, within the government, thrusting the dagger from the stone and saying, we need to marshal together national capacity on this front under the guise of an institution or organization that has its requirements firmly based in the requirements, the needs of the nation, but can extend and help direct. It's not like a command economy like China, but be able to cultivate and guide the development of an industry base that's vital to our national interests and direct the management and development of that, but also has the opportunity to thrive in a commercial environment globally. So I think those are kind of the essential elements, I would say.
Well, look, I think this has been a very robust discussion, very interesting, and I would suggest that we're so fortunate. We are humble as Canadians, inevitably, sometimes even a little naive as to how the world views us, but we can never move away from the fact that Canada, I would argue more than any other, is viewed as a force for good in the country. We've never been conquerors, we're liberators. Our military is respected. But we need to continue to, like this plant. Well, it's a plastic plant. That's not a good example. We need to keep culling the garden and watering it and caring for it. And our military, more than any other institution, is foundational to what is important about our country, our national security, and our ability to project out into the world those values, and the need to promote democracy is part of that. So, je veux dire un grand merci pour les organisateurs, FORPIQ et tous les personnes, les participants ici ce matin. J'apprécie énormément l'invitation d'être ici. I want to thank our extraordinary panel in particular, and please help me in giving our appreciation.
Exceptional panel.
David, back
So
to you.
very well done. Exceptional. I would use the word exceptional. So I would invite everybody for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, but a huge thank you to all again, Peter, Goran, Judith, Robert. Very well done. Thank you.
Oui, allô, est-ce que vous m'entendez? Et alors, laissez-moi savoir quand est-ce que je peux commencer.
Bonjour Philippe.
Bonjour,
Oui, bonjour Philippe, comment ça va?
ça va bien toi?
Ça va très bien, merci. Vous êtes en salle. Bonjour.
Parfait.
Alors, est-ce que vous êtes en mesure de partager? Je ne sais pas s'il y a votre caméra qui fonctionne ou pas. Juste confirmer avec notre équipe de TI.
Elle fonctionne, je crois, ouais.
Parfait, on te voit maintenant. On voit la flamme. Excellent. Alors, je vais commencer votre tout d'abord, je vais commencer à vous présenter. Donc, on a M. Philippe Hébert en ligne. Philippe Hébert is the Director General of R&D Innovation for Defense Research and Development Canada, DRDC, where he's responsible for leading key innovation initiatives such as the Innovation for Defense Excellence and Security Ideas program. His role is to ensure that Canadian Armed Forces, Department of National Defense have access to the most cutting-edge solutions from the Canadian innovators for their challenges. Monsieur Hébert is also Canada's representative to the NATO Diana Board of Directors that we spoke about earlier today. De 2015 à 2022, M. Hébert a été directeur général de la politique du renseignement et des partenariats au commandement du renseignement des forces canadiennes, où il a supervisé et coordonné l'élaboration et la promulgation des politiques, directives et cadres de gouvernance renseignement des défenses. Il était également responsable de la gestion des partenaires de renseignement de défense avec la communauté Five Eyes de l'OTAN, l'OTAN, d'autres pays alliés, ainsi que d'autres ministères et organismes du gouvernement fédéral. M. Hébert a été également travaillé pour le sous-ministre adjoint politique occupant le poste de directeur de l'élaboration des politiques de 2007 à 2015. À ce titre, il a dirigé l'élaboration de la stratégie de la défense, le Canada d'abord et des divers cadres stratégiques sur des questions telles que la sécurité dans l'Arctique, l'espace et cyber. Auparavant, M. Hébert a occupé plusieurs postes à la Défense nationale, dont ceux de l'adjoint spécial au sous-ministre du sous-ministre et de rédacteur de discours du ministre de la Défense nationale et du chef d'état-major à la Défense. M. Hébert est également récipiendaire de la médaille de jubilé de diamant de la reine Élisabeth II. Bonjour, M. Hébert. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tout le monde. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Je peux malheureusement pas être avec vous en personne. J'aurais vraiment aimé assister à toute la conférence, mais c'est une semaine très occupée pour moi ici à Ottawa. Je vais en parler un petit peu dans ma présentation. Donc, ce que je pensais faire aujourd'hui, c'est vraiment parler un peu de l'innovation à la défense, à DRDC, vous présenter un petit peu le programme ID, puis le programme de NATO Diana, puis aussi vous parler un peu des, comment je pourrais dire, donc des choses que je vois évoluer un petit peu dans l'avenir, les solutions pour qu'on fasse mieux, je pense, dans le domaine de l'innovation dans les prochaines années. Je pense qu'au niveau contextuel, je dirais qu'on est dans un moment très important pour la défense nationale, comme vous le savez tous. Il y a des augmentations significatives au budget de la défense. Le gouvernement s'est vraiment engagé à ce niveau-là dans le dernier budget. Donc, c'est vraiment nouveau pour nous parce que la défense, on est souvent dans les 25-30 dernières années dans des contextes de coupures budgétaires. Donc, c'est vraiment, je dirais, un moment historique où est-ce que je crois que l'innovation va prendre encore de plus en plus de place et va devenir un instrument vraiment clé pour s'assurer que les forces canadiennes puissent continuer à se maintenir à flot, si on veut, au niveau technologique, puis à essayer de toujours garder un avantage par rapport à leurs adversaires. Puis on le voit déjà aujourd'hui, je suis sûr que tout le monde est au courant de ce qui se passe en Ukraine, comment l'innovation, finalement, dans le champ de bataille est vraiment impressionnant. Et comment ça va vite aussi, le cycle d'innovation. Donc, c'est des choses qu'on doit apprendre de ces changements-là, puis on doit essayer d'en mettre en pratique le plus possible. I'm going to start with the Ideas program, which is the main program that I manage. Some of you might be aware of it a little bit. It's about a $1 billion commitment that the government made in 2017 over 20 years. And it's really about leveraging external innovation to deal with the problems that are faced by D&D CAP. So it's really looking at those, not necessarily inside the government labs and so on and so forth, but really what our startups and innovators have that they can bring to the table to deal with a whole wide range of challenges that the Canadian forces are facing. And it's really a wide-ranging program. We're really looking for innovators in all areas, not just on the defense and security side. I think there's many of those problems that the Canadian forces are facing that can be solved with the technology and innovation that comes from many different horizons. We are funding solutions from TRL 0 to TRL 9, and we have several funding elements, and I'll talk about them fairly quickly here, but really looking at some of those problem sets and figuring out what's the best way to kind of tease out a solution from innovators. One that we have is called Innovation Networks, which is really about knowledge generation, and it's about creating micronets of academia and private sector companies to look at a problem set that is of interest to the Canadian Forces. So, for example, recently we created some micronets on quantum, some of the quantum problems, and also on 5G and the implications for the military. And we will probably fund a couple more in other areas, I would say, probably over the next year. So stay tuned for that. A lot of our work has been done through what we call our competitive projects. So that's kind of a more typical innovation challenge-based project where we will go out with a call for proposals. We will bring in some solutions. We will fund, let's say, 7, 8, 9 at about $250,000 for 6 months of work. We will do a down select and then choose maybe 2 or 3 and give them $1 million for about a year of worth of work. And then with the idea of bringing them to a stage where they will be ready or almost ready for testing by the Canadian Forces. So we've done a lot of our work through that. And there's a lot of solutions now that are kind of fairly mature that are of interest to the Canadian Forces and that we're kind of looking at ways to operationalize them. And I'll come back to that in a few minutes. We also have our series of sandboxes where we provide an opportunity for industry to demonstrate their technologies. So it's usually done on a site that we have prepared. Either it's on a Canadian Forces base, or this week it's in downtown Ottawa. And again, I'll come back to that in a minute. And then this is really to figure out where is the technology at. Are there things that are of real high interest to the Canadian Forces right away? This is really for the higher TRL kind of technology. And also we have our test drives, and this is where we acquire a few examples of a solution and we bring it in the military, and the Canadian Forces personnel and so on and so forth can quote unquote play with it, test it for about a year and a half, provide feedback to the innovator, and really this is to bring it to a point where it's pretty much ready for acquisition. Since 2018, which is when the program really started, we've launched over 75 challenges. So a lot of work has been done by the Ideas program, and it's really looking at a wide range of technologies. A lot of them are the emerging and disruptive technologies that I'm sure you're familiar with. Whether it's autonomy, quantum, energy, space, artificial intelligence. One thing that is going on right now, and that's the main reason I can't be with you today, is that we have organized a sandbox on counter-drone technology in downtown Ottawa. So it's the first time that we have done this. We have organized sandboxes at Canadian Forces Bases Suffield, which is basically a large empty field, and we have brought in companies so that they can demonstrate to us like they can detect and shoot down drones. This has been a very successful series where we've worked with the RCMP and some of our NATO allies, US allies on this. But then we had a requirement to do this also in an urban environment. So this is what we're doing this week. So we have 5 days of testing. It started on Monday. We have 5 red teams are flying drones, throughout the day in downtown Ottawa, and we have 20 teams, 20 companies, innovators who are in different places on rooftops and so on and so forth that are, showing us how they can detect them. Although we're in downtown Ottawa, so we can't shoot them down. But this is really one of the type of things that the IDEAS is doing, which is bringing a lot of interest from the CAF and other stakeholders like the RCMP. You've probably seen as well, some of you, that one of the big priorities for DRDC and the Canadian Forces is the modernization of NORAD. So we're using IDEAS, DRDC is using IDEAS as well to go out and look to solve some of the problems that are very specifically related to NORAD in some of these technology domains. And you've also probably heard as well that the government is working on a defense industrial strategy. I think our minister has been talking about this for a little while now, and we will probably be leveraging IDEAS as well in that particular context. You may have seen as well announcements related to Borealis, which is the Bureau of Research, Engineering and Leadership in Science, which is the government has put forward. So we're trying to figure out how that particular new body is going to kind of coordinate, if you wish, some of the innovation work that the Canadian Forces are doing, and IDEAS obviously is going to be a big part of that. I would say that we've had lots of successes. I think we've advanced many very important technologies. Where I think that the IDEAS program has come up short is really in the facilitating the procurement of some of those innovations for the Canadian Forces. So our military can procure some of those technologies, but it needs to be a separate process. It's fairly long. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Valley of Death, and this is really what's been encountered by many of our innovators over the years. And I'm very hopeful and grateful that the government really has been listening to us, and we're really working right now to look at what changes to the procurement processes we can make to facilitate the procurement. And I think in a world where technology is advancing rapidly and the Canadian Forces need to be at the forefront there, we need to be able to bring in those capabilities much more quickly and not, talk about years and years before we see the technology appearing on a base. So really developing those procurement pathways has been really a big priority for me, and we're still kind of working on it. And I think we'll have some good news to talk about in the next several months on this in terms of what we can bring. Peut-être un ou deux petits mots par rapport à la propriété intellectuelle, parce que je sais que c'est un peu ce dont vous discutez aujourd'hui. C'est important pour nous, dans le programme IDEA, évidemment, que les innovateurs conservent leur propriété intellectuelle. Donc, on travaille avec eux à ce niveau-là. On leur donne même des cours avec le PIC sur comment protéger leur propriété intellectuelle, surtout pour les plus petites compagnies qui ont moins d'expérience dans ce domaine-là. Alors ça, c'est vraiment quelque chose qui est important aussi pour le programme IDEA. Je vais aussi parler maintenant d'un peu de NATO Diana. So Diana, l'acronyme veut dire Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic. Donc, c'est un programme qui est un peu similaire au programme IDEA. Donc, à l'OTAN, on s'est rendu compte dans les dernières années qu'on est très familier à travailler avec les grosses plateformes de défense, les avions de chasse, les frégates, les chars d'assaut, mais que l'OTAN n'avait pas vraiment de mécanisme pour tirer avantage de toute l'innovation qui se faisait dans les domaines des technologies émergentes. Donc, on a créé ce programme-là, si on veut, en 2022. Puis ça couvre tous les 32 pays de l'Alliance. Donc, la façon dont ça fonctionne, c'est l'OTAN va envoyer des appels d'offres dont on a des défis, des challenges qui sont définis au sein de l'Alliance, basés justement sur ces technologies émergentes. Puis donc, on fait des appels d'offres avec une sélection d'innovateurs. On cherche spécifiquement dans ce cas-ci aussi à travailler avec des compagnies qui n'ont pas vraiment fait affaire avec le domaine de la défense. Donc, on est vraiment dans ce qu'on appelle le dual use au niveau de Diana. Alors, ils sont sélectionnés pour un programme d'accélération qui dure 1 an. Alors, il y a une première phase qui dure 6 mois, où ils sont jumelés avec des accélérateurs qui ont été choisis par Diana à travers l'Alliance. Alors, au Canada, on en a 2. Il y a Cove à Halifax et Communitech aussi dans la région de Toronto, qui font partie du réseau de Diana. Et puis après 6 mois de travail, bien, les innovateurs, il y a un down selection aussi qui se fait à ce moment-là. Puis là, on prend un plus petit groupe, puis on continue à travailler avec eux, puis on leur donne accès à un réseau de centres d'essais à travers le temps. Donc, au Canada, on a environ 14 centres d'essais qui sont homologués par Diana. Donc, on est vraiment bien placé ici pour ce programme-là. What I would say is that Diana started its first challenges in 2023. I think they launched 3 challenges, and Canada has done very, very well. Canadian innovators have actually really punched above their weight. So last July, they launched 10 challenges, and Canada is the country of all the NATO countries that submitted the most challenges. So we submitted over 600 projects to NATO Diana out of 3,800 across the whole of Alliance. Even I'm on the board of directors for NATO Diana, and the managing director of Diana was telling me the other day that he almost has a Canada problem because we're doing too well compared to some of the other bigger countries. We had 7 companies chosen in the first call for proposal, seven other companies in 2024. So it's the same amount as the UK and the US. So really good representation on there. One of the key things for NATO Diana, and it's going back to the comment I was making about procurement as acquisition, is what they call rapid adoption. And really, we're trying to see how some of those innovations that are coming through the Diana program can be really linked to some of the end users and also brought in and operationalized in a timely way. I will say that most of the NATO countries around the table have the same kind of issues in terms of doing this in a timely way. So we're looking at ways to, exchange best practices and figuring out ways to facilitate that. So I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for NATO Diana in the coming years. But there's been a lot of positive kind of feedback already. One thing that Diana brings as well, especially for those companies that are going to the second phase of the program, is opportunities for investment. So venture capital is part of the picture. The NATO Innovation Fund as well is looking at some of those companies and can decide to fund them for scale up. And this is also something that is quite important, and that I know from a Government of Canada perspective, we're also looking at in the context of the Defense Industrial Strategy. So really aligning, I think, some of those similar programs, I think will be very useful. I think from a Canadian perspective, we will continue, I think, to work very well within Diana. We have the North American Regional Office, which is in Halifax as well. So I think that's another source of innovation for the Canadian Forces, and also another great opportunity for the Canadian innovators. And I will say, just before stopping here and getting ready for questions, that like ideas, NATO Diana leaves the IP with the innovators as well, because we want them to be able to commercialize what they have and being able to work in the dual use world where they can work with some companies or other markets that are outside of the defense one. So I will stop here. David, if you have any questions or whatnot, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Well, thank you very much for that excellent presentation. I wasn't aware that we were so performant at the international level. That's absolutely fantastic to hear. I asked the question to the room: are there any questions that you would like to ask the DRDC to Philippe Hébert? I don't see any. Oh, there is one. Hold on a moment.
Bonjour, M. Hébert, et merci pour la présentation. Je m'appelle Louis-Félix Binette de l'organisme MAIN. On est un des partenaires canadiens dans le programme Élever l'API, qui a été renouvelé dans le budget fédéral. La question que j'aurais par rapport à ID et à Diana, vous avez mentionné que Diana travaille avec deux incubateurs accélérateurs, Cove et Communitech. Je passe en anglais pour le reste de la présentation des participants. How do you, is there any strategy to expand the pipeline to identify projects a little earlier and identify them as high potential for ideas and Diana, so that we could work with incubators and universities to groom them for projects to arrive at the right level at the admission level for these two programs?
Merci beaucoup. Yeah, that's a very good question. I think this is part of some of the options that are being kind of looked at as part of the defense industrial strategy and how we could better leverage that. For NATO Diana, it's very specific, to be honest, because there's only, we went through a call, like my team went through a call, I think in 2023-24 across the country to ask for accelerators who would be interested in working with Diana. We received a lot of submissions. We chose a few, we submitted them to Diana, and they are working with this. And for ideas, it's not technically an acceleration program, but we're looking at what else we can do to help some of those companies. One thing that I want to add as well is for Diana and even for ideas, like we can only fund so many companies, and there's a lot of good innovation that we're not looking at. And there's lots of innovators that don't make it past the selection panel, but that their technology would be also very, very, very useful. So we're trying to see how we can leverage this as well and open the aperture a little bit and be able to see how we could potentially introduce those innovators to other accelerators and incubators and so on and so forth, to be able to take advantage of that. Because I think I'm personally completely amazed by how many innovators, startups we have in Canada that are doing so well. It's incredible to see that. There's so much good work, and now we need a lot of ideas, no pun intended. We need a lot of technology, so we need to figure out a better way to take advantage of that, and not just rely on what are basically funnels through ideas in NATO Diana, and how do we look at the broader ecosystem.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your response, and thank you very much for the presentation, Philippe. I look forward to seeing you soon, and hopefully in Ottawa in the coming weeks. So thank you very much again for your presentation.
All right. Thanks very much.
So moving along, we have also, I'm pleased to present Marc-André Hawks. He's the Executive Director for Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy and Partnerships at Global Affairs Canada. Lui et son équipe collaborent avec les ministères et les organismes fédéraux et provinciaux du Canada afin de forger des partenariats stratégiques en Esti et de favoriser la collaboration internationale, tout en promouvant la sécurité de la recherche. Marc-André joined Canada's diplomatic service in 2003 and has served in Quito, Miami, and in Sydney. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Pardon me? Presque. He holds a master's in management from Harvard University, and annually teaches the course Leadership and Governance in Public Organizations at McGill University. To date, he has lived in 11 cities across 7 countries on 5 continents. Pleasure.
So you can hear me? Okay, perfect. So the key thing I think I'd like you all to remember from the bio is I'm here from Ottawa and I'm here to help. So you're welcome. Bonjour tout le monde, Marc-André Hawks, je suis directeur exécutif pour la science, technologie et innovation à Affaires mondiales Canada. Et comme David dit, ça fait 23 ans que j'ai l'honneur de représenter le Canada dans le domaine de la diplomatie. So let's, I'll give a quick presentation, then we're going to jump to a panel. We're going to have some actual subject matter experts talking about real life experiences here in Canada. and then we'll open up the floor for Q&A. So the Global Affairs Canada works in many areas, including supporting Canada's international economic objectives. The Trade Commissioner Service focuses on exports, foreign direct investment, and innovation. And we have a renewed focus on economic security given everything else that is going on in the world. The TCS helps Canadian businesses succeed abroad, notably by preparing them for international markets, for helping them assess their market potential in country X abroad. We help connect them to qualified contacts abroad as well, and we help them resolve various business problems. I'm happy to say that we have a significant network of 1,000 strong, including 6 regional offices here in Canada. We have one in Montreal, officers in Quebec who are here with me today, Quebec City, I should say. And we have in the Atlantic, in Halifax as well, and across the country. So this is our TCS STI network around the world. So you can see we have offices all over the place, and they're supported by our small team in Ottawa that supports STI. The focus of our work is to support Canadian small, medium enterprises and startups to develop and commercialize new products in new markets. We also help them fund co-development opportunities with foreign partners and raise capital with venture capitalists. I should say foreign venture capitalists. So the TCS, on average, does roughly 60,000 services, provides roughly 60,000 services per year. Roughly 4,000 of those are linked to innovation. That has, for the average company that we help in innovation, it has increased their revenues by 27% in the year following our assistance. And in the most recent year, it's generated $163 million that we are aware of. Of course, not all revenue is declared to us in the TCS. They should declare it to Revenue Canada, but that's a separate issue. And we have different programs that help with that. I'll just mention a few. There's the Canadian Technology Accelerator Program. We have about 12 of those around the world. And that's helped small companies raise $842 million since inception a bit over a decade ago. And we have the Canada Export Innovation Program, was renewed in the budget, and that provides funding to help innovators fund and establish R&D ventures with partners around the world. Part of what our team does is, je vais parler un petit peu en français aussi. Alors, l'emphase de mon équipe, c'est vraiment les relations gouvernement-gouvernement, donc fédéral canadien, Canada à pays X. Nous avons 15 traités et protocoles d'entente avec les 15 économies que vous voyez à l'écran. Ceci nous permet de mettre l'emphase sur les thèmes et les sujets de recherche de collaboration spécifiques, donc les sujets qui sont prioritaires pour le Canada et pour le pays partenaire. En 2026, on va mettre l'emphase sur l'Allemagne, l'Inde, qui a été annoncée il y a à peu près un mois par notre ministre. Et on risque d'avoir des comités mixtes aussi avec la France, le Royaume-Uni et le Japon, entre autres. In her opening remarks today, Johanne mentioned the global shift. So this is what this slide represents at a very high level. The pace of geopolitical change is accelerating, certainly the fastest I've seen in 23 years in the field. The associated risks, of course, are changing and accelerating as well. The physical borders that help protect us in many ways historically are less and less relevant in preventing especially these new risks. So accounting for that and trying to account for that, we've enhanced, the government of Canada has enhanced what we're doing in the field of research security. Of course, IP to a certain extent falls under that as well. So to this aim, we look to enhance the effectiveness in the field of research security. Ça inclut le gouvernement du Canada a établi des mesures de sécurité pour protéger la recherche canadienne et de créer des solides cultures de sciences de sécurité de la recherche parmi les chercheurs. Donc ça, d'après moi, c'est un des plus grands gains qu'on a fait dans les dernières années. C'est vraiment augmenter les connaissances et réduire la naïveté des chercheurs et des partenaires canadiens vis-à-vis le risque tangible qu'on a à l'étranger et aussi au Canada par des acteurs qui n'ont pas notre bien en tête, des acteurs étrangers. tel qui a été discuté plus tôt ce matin. Donc, certaines choses sur lesquelles on met l'emphase, c'est protéger certaines disciplines spécifiques, des thèmes spécifiques. Je vais vous montrer une diapo là-dessus. Promouvoir la science ouverte. Alors, on veut protéger, évidemment, ce qu'on a besoin de protéger, mais on veut garder la collaboration scientifique ouverte. C'est très important pour notre communauté de chercheurs. Et assurer une collaboration productive avec nos partenaires à l'étranger dans la mesure du possible. Alors, l'astérix, c'est très important. Puis, le Canada, on voit ça comme une responsabilité partagée. Ici, au Canada, donc on a parlé, le docteur Luprecht a mentionné les avances et le progrès qu'a fait l'Ontario. Alors, on travaille au fédéral, au provincial et aussi, évidemment, avec des partenaires internationaux. Et à part les Five Eyes, on travaille beaucoup dernièrement avec le Japon, l'Union européenne en tant qu'entité, elle aussi. J'aime la façon que le Japon, Japanese, when they talk about research security, they talk about strengthening the lights while controlling the shadows. I think that's very poetic, but also very reflective of reality, what we're trying to achieve. Alors ici, on voit les domaines les plus importants qu'on essaie de protéger, sans trop de surprises, je pense. Puis c'est important, on doit continuer à travailler dans ces domaines-là avec des partenaires étrangers, parce que le Canada est trop petit pour le faire par soi-même. Donc, il faut trouver des façons de collaborer en se protégeant et protégeant notre propriété intellectuelle. Donc, here we have other tools and mechanisms that are part of our economic security. David mentioned these this morning, actually. We're not going to go into detail, but I just want to make sure that they're on the radar. They're all part of the wider economic security toolkit that Canada continues to develop and evolve. It's extremely important to protect our economy and to help it grow. The IP, of course, falls in this category and is a key towards the evolution of the growth of our knowledge-based economy here in Canada. So a few economic security initiatives. I wanted to share with you that so Global Affairs Canada also negotiates free trade agreements. And when we do negotiate them, we normally have, especially in modern agreements, we negotiate IP chapters and provisions. So our approach, this is a very high level, but typically we pursue IP through the principle-based approach, which means we build compliant international frameworks. We build upon, I should say, international frameworks like the WTO TRIPS, and so we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We have to account for advancements in technology. Historically, that's been trying to keep up with the advent of the internet, e-commerce, which often overtakes the speed of government. And more recently, of course, AI and quantum, which is on everybody's minds. And here's basically the same slide in French. We also want to respond to issues raised by Canadian stakeholders, such as everyone in this room. And the stakeholders have normally raised the importance of mutual recognition of IP rights. There was questions about enforcement today as well, which is critical. Predictability and transparency of IP systems and the continual improvement of such systems. And the minimum enforcement standards, i.e. the certainty of legal processes, remedies, and awards, especially with the countries that we partner with. Not every country, of course, has the same level of sophistication or resources that we have. Some of them have more, of course. So we try and find a juste milieu. And finally, the concept of balanced IP. We want to protect IP, of course, but not unnecessarily restrict its use. So we have to maintain reasonable access to IP, for example, for generic drugs. We want to make sure it doesn't impede growth and progress. So finally, here's a list of some of our agreements with the most comprehensive IP provisions. In our FTAs, we, like I mentioned, we seek mutually beneficial outcomes. It's a very Canadian approach, which includes access to IP systems by SMEs. So we want to make sure these are useful for Canadian SMEs and our partners. If it's not mutually beneficial, typically it doesn't lead to good results, including for us. We always focus on improving dispute settlements mechanisms, establishing common objectives and incentives to incentivize parties to achieve higher outcomes. And we have a few examples of negotiations currently underway with the ASEAN, which is the Southeast Asia countries, and Mercosur in South America. So that is the end of the presentation. And if you permit, we'll jump right into the panel to continue the discussion on safeguarding innovation and strengthening research security across sectors. So I'll invite my panel members to join us on stage. I will change documentation. OK, on peut donner ça. Je vais donner ça. Ah, il y a des micros là aussi, si vous voulez. So as they get settled, I'll just continue with the preamble. So we've established this morning in my brief remarks that research security is critical for Canada and safeguarding our intellectual property, which is critical for the continued growth of our economy and underpinning our way of life and hopefully improving our way of life. As we know, our Canadian researchers and companies invest heavily in research and development, and without helping them protect their efforts, we're at significant risk of inventions being stolen or misappropriated, undermining commercialization efforts, and reducing Canada's global competitiveness. And we saw really good stats from the CCA this morning on some of the impacts of some of our naivety in the last few decades. So we really have to change our ways, and today's discussion is to help counter that to a certain extent. Universities, I just want to mention as well, universities and research institutions tend to be prime targets. I don't know how many of them are in the room today, but we also have to help protect them from state-sponsored actors, because state-sponsored actors are attacking every element of Canadian society, including academics, of course, and SMEs, right? It's not just big companies, and the government, it gets attacked daily, several times a day, thousands of times a day, in fact. So it's a completely different world. The water that separates us from the rest of the world does not protect us in any way. So to discuss this further and to discuss associated solution, let me present notre premier panéliste ici, c'est M. Philippe Boivin, vice-président aux affaires corporatives de l'Institut national d'optique depuis décembre 2009. Il est responsable des affaires juridiques. Son mandat inclut également la protection et la gestion de la propriété intellectuelle et la négociation de transferts technologiques. Il est de plus responsable de l'incubateur Cantino. Merci Marc-André. Le tour fonctionne ou...
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Marc-André. A few words about INO. We are a private and industrial innovation center focused on optics. We have started in our activities in 1988. We are currently approximately 200 employees. We have an annual budget of 50 million. It's a mix of public funding and private client revenues. We have two certifications, ISO 9001 and ISO 13485 for medical devices. Currently, we have offices in Quebec City and Hamilton in Ontario. As optics is cross-cutting technology, we operate in multiple industry sectors, mainly environment, energy and natural resources, infrastructure, agri-food, biomedtech, and obviously we have a big heritage in defense and security and aerospace. We are kind of a one-stop shop for optics, so we have different, we'll not go through with all that, but we have different expertise related to optics, laser, fiber optics, different production engineering of the optical systems as well. In a few words, why security matters for INO. First, well, we might go through a little more in the presentation later, but we are registered under the Control Grid program. We have also security clearance under the Contract Security Program. And confidentiality is a really key for our clients because we do cutting edge technology for our clients, and preserving their secrets is out there to keep their competitiveness. And obviously we will go and talk. My colleague will talk about cybersecurity and different risks regarding that. But yeah, centers like INO are targets for adversaries and bad people that want to acquire IP and other secrets. And also the fact that we matter about security I think is enhancing the trust from our client. And finally, I'll talk a bit about it, but we believe that security enables and not hinders responsible collaboration. So thank you, Marc-André.
Parfait, merci Philippe. Alors, notre second panéliste, M. Jean-Pierre Pelletier, cofondateur et vice-président des produits et de la réussite chez COH, entreprise de cybersécurité qui développe des solutions sur l'intelligence artificielle pour identifier, surveiller et sécuriser les données sensibles non structurées.
Thank you very much. Is it working? I think it's working. It's working. Okay, perfect. So yeah, COH is one of the Canadian leader in the data security posture management. So just for your information, the Q mean Quebec, O mean Ontario, and ASH it's a protection function. So since the beginning, 7 years ago, we already had in mind to be the leader in cybersecurity, mainly in data-centric information. So what we're currently doing, it's, I'm clicking on the wrong button. This one I should click on.
You're a technology expert.
Yeah, but too much with that. Yeah, so as you can see, there's few logo, and we are really proud of that. So what we do is really on the edge of each of the device of each organization that you can see, and we have many others. We make sure that we collect every sensitive information by letting the file on the endpoint itself. So we just bring the metadata. So you have a full pedigree and profile of who accumulates sensitive information in which data source, which file. So now you see Desjardins here, National Bank and other. They all know who accumulates sensitive information, meaning social insurance numbers. So now there's no way it will happen anymore under our supervision. So we really developed that because at the end, there's still today no other organization and company that cover the endpoint, the workstation itself. We are supported by great investors for FTQ, Desjardins, FinTop, EDC, Panache Venture, and a few others. And like my colleague here, we also have this bundle of credibility that come with certification and make sure we are adult responsible in the room as much as our customer. So what we really do, like I said, we have agent deploy on the endpoint where we focus on the unstructured data. Unstructured data means PDF, words, any file that the end user is using, because at the end, it's the end user that generates this risk in their value chain, in their business process. And we go in a way that it's so granular, you can search your own social insurance number or a specific IP in your organization, and you will know who has access and who has access when, in which file, which data source. So we went in this granular level because this is providing a lot of value to our customer. And it's not only visibility, you also have the full control aspect, meaning you can take action on the file and put in place a life cycle on the file, meaning that if you have this kind of data on your workstation, 45 days after you will be notified. After this, it will be in quarantine and fully deleted based on a life cycle that the organization decide. So quickly, it's the architecture. I don't want to overwhelm you, but we are really focused on the unstructured, Microsoft-centric, and now we have the Google Workspace and the intelligence layer. We want to create a digital worker for the organization. So the CEO or any security people, even the end user itself will be able to communicate with our platform, understand the risk that they generate across the board, because they need to understand is their way of work is creating a risk. So it's one of the most important slides. So all of our customers that you saw reduce from 70 to 90% their footprint of sensitive information. So the thing that can provide them or create a reputational risk. So this one is the best one we had. So they reduce in 90 days their footprint of the social insurance number by more than 1 million. It was easy. It's all about the distribution. Few people have access to a lot of data. Few data sources have access to a lot of data. There's a lot of, when you look at the file age, you see across the time Is it something that is still current, or it's something about the past? So we provide a lot of data so the organization is able to reduce the footprint. And at the end, if someone is breached, it will have a little impact. So this is our bread and butter, and this is what we construct and continue to do in Canada, US, and Europe right now.
Parfait, merci Jean-Pierre.
Welcome.
Last but not least, we have our colleague here, Bernard Lebel, président et cofondateur de Wendel, une entreprise spécialisée dans la cybersécurité, dont l'activité consiste à protéger la propriété intellectuelle intégrée dans les produits électroniques. Bernard?
Merci beaucoup. So English seems to be a broader audience, so I'll go English. My name is Bernard Lebel. I've been in the cybersecurity realm for more than 10 years now. My specialty is cyber physical systems and operational technologies. Basically, everything that's not IT is my bread and butter, and myself and my team. We like to go into big things that make sound, move, and make some noise. Usually, or tiny things. Basically, if it has electronics, it's part of our realm of expertise. We do offensive security. We also help boost the security of a device. So we do not only give the diagnosis, we're also able to provide how you can actually remedy the situation. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what we do. We're built from a team of engineers in electronics and computer engineering, mainly people from the development side that seem to, I like to say, we convert them to cybersecurity because there's a lot of knowledge that you need to know when you work with electronics that comes from a formal background rather than just hacking it up in your basement. So that's what we do. And the intellectual property is a natural extension of what we do, because bad guys, if you want to get into your device to do some damage, it's pretty much the same way they're going to get in to get access to your intellectual property on the device that you're building.
Perfect. Merci, Bernard. So let's do a quick second round, doing a bit of a deeper dive on how your organizations deal with sensitive data. Philippe, let's start with you if we could. What is INO's regulatory framework that you developed to safeguard the Institute's research?
Yeah, the regulatory framework comes from multiple sources. As I mentioned earlier, we are registered under the Control Gold program. Well, I assume that everybody is familiar in the room about this program, but essentially is in Canada, in order to examine or process certain goods or technology that can be harmful to the security of the country, you need to be certified by the Canadian government. We have also, as I mentioned, security clearance under the contract security program, which is a contract run by the federal government to for certain projects, essentially in space or in the defense sector. We have also to take into account the export control, because we acquire some technologies or some items that are export controls or ITAR. Same thing, we have to deliver such goods to our clients, so we have to take that into consideration in our operation. And confidentiality, as I mentioned, is key for our clients. So that's part of our framework, that each project needs to be confidential. We're kind of the psychiatrists of technological type psychiatrists of our clients. So they tell us about their problems, so we try to find solutions for them. So it needs to be confidential. So we sign a lot of NDAs, which personally we sign one NDA per day. So that's part of our framework. And and as well, most of the business, we have to take care also of personal information. So Quebec Law 25 and PPDA and federal. So that's essentially the regulatory framework that we have to take into account for our operations.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Jean-Pierre, can you provide a case of how Cohash protects IP in high-risk situations?
Yeah, I have a funny story. We were with a prospect where the IT guy kind of deployed our agent that I explained before on too many workstations. So he went on the head of HR laptop, and at the end, this guy bring this laptop in his back seat of his car, and it was stolen. It's a true story. So they were triggering the incident, and the IT guy said, "Hey, wait. I installed the agent on his laptop so we can know what was on this laptop." So we were able to know and and really certify that there were no sensitive information on this laptop. So quickly, you can have in mind that everything that can be exposed through really having the laptop leaving your organization, or just the data leaving the organization, this is where you need to secure and have this incident response and make sure the data will stay where it should stay, with the proper permission and proper need to know. So finally, this prospect became a customer. It went pretty fast because they really reduced the incident response, because when you are in a room and you have the big daddy that asks you what was in this laptop and you don't have any answer, this is where you can take action. So if we go in the IP aspect, if this laptop is compromised, what was in it? And now you can answer really well.
Very important. Merci. Bernard, can you describe how to protect innovation in terms of advanced technologies, which we're seeing more and more of?
Yes, actually, I'm going to make some mileage on your question as well. It will make a great segue. In the context you described, the IT asset is something that usually in an organization you can have some level of control on, and I emphasize some level of control. Still, people will bring it in vacation sometime, but still. Now imagine if you're devising a new device, you're the next gen technology for whatever else, let's say agricultural equipment, for instance. This device, as soon as you start selling it, your IP on it, if you have as a proprietary algorithm, it's getting out there. It's getting put in the field, and this type of data is something that is exposed. And if somebody wants to have access to it, and believe me, some organization will go to great extent to get access to it, they will. So if you do not have made your homework in terms of securing the equipment, basically what's going to happen, and when I say securing, I really mean the device itself, the electronics, the microcontroller and whatnot, all of this system needs to be assessed to be understood exactly where potentially can somebody extract some secrets I've built, some time I've spent building this device. Can they take it and create it a cheaper knockoff next to it? So in my world, as soon as it goes out from the IT environment, this is where my fun begins. This is where you have very little control, and the key difference between IT and OT and everything that's operational technologies at scale. I'm not only talking about industrial controller system. I'm talking really everything that has an impact on the world, and usually you find in the field. This is something that you can buy on eBay sometime, depending on the device. You buy it in auction. You buy medical equipment can be bought into auction from hospitals. You can have all those technologies. You can buy one, go in your basement, reverse engineer it at length, and nobody was going to know what you're going to do. There's not going to be any asset tracing there, because basically it's an equipment that's out of your plant. So this is the kind of technology and kind of challenge that we help solve also in terms of securing the IP.
Merci. All right, let's do another round here. Philippe, comment est-ce que l'INO réussit à sécuriser son environnement interne? Tout ce qu'on dit.
Oui, ben, j'ai parlé tout à l'heure de l'environnement plus réglementaire. Évidemment, là, ça se traduit de façon opérationnelle par d'abord des politiques. C'est vraiment mettre une saine gouvernance sur la protection des renseignements et la protection de l'information. Donc, on a différentes directives de protection. On a une directive de sécurité industrielle là, qui couvre l'ensemble de nos activités, pas seulement les projets là, de défense ou d'aérospace. On a aussi une directive qui traite des marchandises contrôlées, comment on doit se comporter, qui peut avoir accès, puis quoi faire avec ça. Donc, c'est vraiment très documenté. On a aussi une stricte politique de need to know, donc j'en parlais peut-être un peu tout à l'heure, qui peut être aussi source de frustration pour les employés, c'est-à-dire que quand tu travailles sur un projet X, ben, c'est seulement ces personnes-là, il y a 10 personnes dans l'équipe, il y a 10 personnes qui ont accès. Si tu ne travailles pas sur le projet, ben, tu n'as pas accès. Donc, on travaille dans un domaine scientifique, beaucoup de curieux, donc ça fait des fois des malheureux, mais c'est la vie. Donc, mais on a vraiment un accès très strict sur le need to know, même au point de vue de la direction. Moi, j'ai presque pas d'accès au point de vue des projets, là, même quasiment pas. Je ne travaille pas dans les projets, malheureusement. On screen aussi, on fait du screening de nos employés là, à l'embauche, puis de façon aussi régulière. Là, donc, même chose pour nos sous-traitants, on les qualifie. Des fois, quand il y a des sous-traitants qui viennent même sur place, ils sont screenés aussi. Évidemment, on essaie d'implanter une culture justement de protection puis de sensibilisation des employés sur l'importance du secret. Donc, plusieurs sessions d'information dès l'emploi. Il y a une session d'onboarding là-dessus, sur toutes nos mesures de sécurité, des capsules régulières à nos employés sur la sécurité, sur la cybersécurité aussi. Je ne sais pas si vous connaissez Blake, je ne sais pas s'il y a du monde qui connaît Blake dans la salle, mais en tout cas, Blake, c'est un très populaire chez nous. C'est des petites capsules vidéo avec Blake qui fait toutes sortes de niaiseries qu'il ne faut pas reproduire. Évidemment, des mesures de sécurité physique, des cartes d'accès, des laboratoires sécurisés, port de badge, etc. Donc, c'est bon, l'usuel. Puis, on a des employés aussi à temps plein qui s'occupent de la sécurité, tant du point de vue physique que du côté cybersécurité. Donc, in a nutshell, c'est pas mal qu'est-ce qu'on fait là. Ouais.
Excellent, merci Philippe. Puis le Need to Know, évidemment, c'est un truc qu'on fait aussi à Partie mondiale à travers le Canada. Si vous pensez qu'il y a beaucoup de petits curieux en sciences, imaginez en diplomatie.
En fait, j'aurais peut-être une question par rapport à ça. Dans le need to know que tu mentionnais, comment vous gérez le fait d'avoir assez de repas de profondeur pour ne pas avoir le facteur autobus, qu'il y a juste une personne qui sait le projet, donc s'il se fait ramasser, le projet meurt. Dans le need to know, il y a comme l'enjeu de balancer ça aussi. Je suis vraiment intéressé de...
Oui, bien écoute, c'est sûr que les accès, ça peut... C'est dynamique là aussi. Là, c'est sûr que si quelqu'un se fait frapper par un autobus, il va falloir le remplacer dans le projet. Malheureusement, je pense que ça va être quelqu'un d'autre qui va prendre sa place. Puis la science n'est pas rendue assez évoluée que je peux aller chercher pick up his brain. Là, oui, mais c'est ça, c'est des accès dynamiques. Là. Évidemment, tout l'accès dynamique, c'est toujours facile de créer des nouveaux accès. Après, c'est aussi de faire le sanity check, aussi d'en retirer. Ça, c'est plus, au point de vue opérationnel, c'est plus compliqué des fois, ça. Quelqu'un qui est décédé, c'est moins grave, là, mais c'est vrai. Mais pour d'autres, des fois, qui est encore dans l'entreprise, qui est retiré du projet, des fois, ça, c'est peut-être plus dur à gérer. Ouais. C'est un petit challenge.
Parfait. Alors, Jean-Pierre, on va tourner vers toi. Parlons des facteurs de risque organisationnels et, selon toi, les meilleures pratiques en matière de gestion de la technologie de l'information.
Vous avez vu l'ensemble des clients tout à l'heure. Donc, souvent, on arrive dans des organisations, ils ont des programmes DLP. DLP, c'est Data Loss Prevention. Donc, on va essayer de tout bloquer, on va s'assurer que tout va sortir. Donc, on contrôle l'environnement, le risque de cette manière-là. Rapidement, on lui dit, en ce moment, tous nos clients, ils ont reculé sur ces principes ou ces programmes de DLP parce que ça bloque trop les chaînes de valeur. Donc, l'organisation est même plus capable de fournir les bénéfices à leurs clients ou les produits nécessaires. Donc, c'est là que nous, on ramène tout ça au initial avec une découverte en des data at rest, comme je vous ai présenté tout à l'heure, avec des agents, on sait exactement qui a quelle information. Donc, une fois qu'on a le portrait de ces informations-là, on se rend rapidement compte que c'est le end-user, donc la personne même qui accumule ces informations-là, des fois à travers 20, 30 ans. J'ai vu des accumulations de 700 000 et plus des NAS sur un poste de travail. Pourquoi? C'est juste qu'elle conservait l'ensemble d'historique des ressources humaines depuis 1995. C'est tout simplement ça, mais elle, si elle est compromise, toutes ces informations-là se ramassent exactement comme on l'a vécu avec Desjardins. Donc, c'est quoi le risque principal? C'est l'individu. À la fin, de mettre en place une culture. Donc, l'équipe de sécurité, le premier constat qu'ils ont, c'est « mais je fais quoi avec l'inventaire que tu viens de me donner? Maintenant, je sais exactement qui a quoi, mais je fais quoi? » Ça implique les lignes d'affaires. Les lignes d'affaires, ils ne veulent rien savoir, mais ça passe par les lignes d'affaires. Ça passe par créer, c'est sûr, un wall of shame avec quelle vice-présidence en accumule le plus. On fait de manière sympathique. Puis par la suite, c'est vraiment d'accompagner l'ensemble des superviseurs, etc., et d'atteindre l'utilisateur final. Parce qu'à la fin, ce qu'on cherche, c'est correct d'avoir de l'information sensible. Quand je dis information sensible, j'inclus aussi l'information, la propriété intellectuelle à l'intérieur de ça. Donc, tout ce que l'organisation juge sensible. Il y a des compagnies manufactures, c'est pas la même chose que le financier ou tout simplement la santé. Donc, c'est d'impliquer les gens, de former, de réduire. Puis une fois que c'est réduit, c'est là qu'on identifie les processus d'affaires à valeur ajoutée ou ce qu'il y a de l'information sensible qui sort. Donc, l'implication de l'utilisateur final, la gouvernance des données, c'est qui est propriétaire de cette donnée. Donc, mettre en place cette culture de cyberhygiène. Quand je dis ça, tout le monde rit. Cyberhygiène, ça fait rire bien des personnes, mais ça reste que c'est cette culture-là qu'on veut mettre de l'avant. Donc, le gros risque, c'est le volet l'utilisateur final qui n'est pas conscient. Moi, j'ai fait beaucoup d'optimisation de processus dans ma carrière, puis j'ai toujours dit rien n'est personnel, tout est processus. Donc, si le processus vous permet de sortir l'information sensible, c'est le rôle de l'organisation, s'assurer que ça soit bien géré. Comme ça, je vois la situation.
Super, merci beaucoup.
Un plaisir.
Puis une dernière pour Bernard, c'est que de mettre en place une entreprise au jour zéro. Surtout, ce qui m'intéresse, c'est les petites et moyennes entreprises qui n'ont peut-être pas les ressources des grandes entreprises, des grandes boîtes d'avocats, par exemple, ou des ministères ou des banques.
C'est une excellente question. C'est une question à plusieurs dimensions. La première chose, en fait, la façon de le répondre, la plus simple, c'est de faire une analyse de risque. Peu importe c'est quoi la taille de l'entreprise, tout commence par ça. L'analyse de risque, essentiellement, ce que ça permet de savoir, c'est quoi qui jette mon entreprise à terre si ça se produit. Puis c'est factorisé en fonction de la simplicité d'exécuter, que ce risque-là se réalise, la facilité que le risque apparaisse et l'impact. À partir de là, il y a une matrice qui se crée de qu'est-ce qui est vraiment le risque à prioriser. En termes de, on le fait au niveau corporatif, au niveau entreprise, c'est quelque chose qui se fait. Mais au niveau cyber, c'est super important parce que dans certains cas, le risque va être l'individu qui part avec quelque chose. Si on a une personne qui connaît tout dans l'entreprise, cette personne-là a intérêt à ne pas être compromise. Donc là, il va y avoir des mesures IT à mettre en place, DTI, il va y avoir des mesures, des processus à mettre en place pour protéger ça. Le gros danger, c'est de partir tête baissée, à acheter plein de solutions partout, acheter toutes les solutions de pare-feu, de peu importe ce qu'on veut, partout, peinturer ça mur à mur en se disant « OK, là, je suis béton ». Ce qui va arriver, c'est que ça va être une perte de beaucoup d'investissement dans des infrastructures qui ne représentent peut-être même pas votre risque réel. Puis au final, il y a peut-être des éléments qui ont plus d'impact sur votre organisation à moindre coût pour répondre à vos vrais besoins et vos vrais risques. Plus spécifiquement, dans mon domaine, quand on parle au niveau de la conception d'un produit, la même réalité existe, une analyse de risque encore pour dire c'est quoi vraiment qui jette ma business à terre si ça se produit. Puis à partir de là, l'autre recommandation que je fais généralement, c'est qu'il y en a plein, des frameworks, non, m'échappe en français. Bref, des cadres de normes qui existent pour dire comment est-ce qu'on devrait faire pour une sécurité. Honnêtement, il n'y a pas beaucoup d'importance. Si vous avez, à moins que quelqu'un vous le demande, un spécifiquement, ça n'a pas vraiment d'importance lequel vous prenez. Prenez-en un. Lisez les normes dessus, puis commencez à bâtir à partir de là. Puis même si vous n'êtes pas parfaitement collé, l'idée, c'est que ces cadres-là, souvent, vont vous demander, si vous voulez vraiment vous faire certifier, là, c'est une autre paire de manches, ça prend des organismes régulateurs puis toute la chose, mais juste de suivre un cadre va vous donner des prochains pas à faire. Puis généralement, ça a l'air plus lourd que c'est, mais c'est le même principe que de manger un gâteau, c'est une bouchée à la fois, puis on finit. Fait que d'en choisir un, puis il y en a des gratuits, il y en a des disponibles. Le NIST, un organisme américain, en a plusieurs sur la cybersécurité de toute avenue. Un pour les produits, il y en a un pour les organisations, il y en a un pour l'Internet des objets connectés. Sinon, un que moi j'aime beaucoup comme cadre à utiliser parce qu'il est modulaire, mais il est payant malheureusement, c'est le IEC 62443. Ce cadre-là couvre de l'organisation jusqu'au produit, principalement orienté industriel, mais les normes sont pareilles, ça s'applique peu importe c'est quoi votre domaine. Puis l'Union européenne, c'est beaucoup à côté là-dessus pour bâtir ces cadres de loi qui d'ailleurs rentrent en vigueur. Il y en a qui sont déjà rentrés en vigueur au mois d'août dernier, puis il y en a qui rentrent en vigueur en 2027. Fait que c'est des bons cadres à sa côté. Sinon, le cadre européen est un bon cadre aussi à choisir parce que si vous avez de l'activité là-bas, sachez qu'en 2027, les lois changent au niveau de l'Union européenne. Le Cyber Resilience Act s'en vient. Puis ça va avoir beaucoup d'impact pour les compagnies qui font affaire là-bas.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for your input. I thought this morning's sessions were excellent, providing a really high-level macro, geopolitical, geoeconomic overview of things. And today, I think this panel really focused on where the rubber hits the road for Canadian companies, both domestically and internationally. Any final thoughts before we open the floor for questions?
Yeah, as I mentioned, security could be a source of frustration for employees since, our personal efficiency can be affected by security measure. We have to think we all need to know on multiple factors, authentication, long and complex passwords. We do survey with employees that I know, and when we received an answer a few years ago that the worst decision in I know history is to implement automatic screensaver after 10 minutes of inactivity on a computer. So, if it's our worst decision ever, that's not too bad. But just to let you know, it could be really frustrating for the employee. But since employees are probably the most significant threat to your security, you have to, I think, change the reframe the narrative. And as I mentioned in the beginning, you have to say, you know, security is not hindering things; it's an enabler. So maybe my thought on this is it tied to your mission. Like, yeah, I know I say security products, you know, our technology, our project, you know, our fundings with the government, our clients. So it's fewer licks is more runway for our innovation on the market. So, and also make it personal to our searchers. So as I often say, if your invention worth something, it worth protecting. So obviously, if you think that what you're doing is worth nothing, okay, we don't need to lock the door. We don't need any cyber security measure. But if you think it's worth something, it needs to be protected. So, and security is how we could collaborate with confidence with other partners as well. So maybe that's something really important. You know, have your employees, everyone on board, because you don't want that your employees, you know, think security measures prevent their work, because they will find ways to circumvent the measure, and you don't want that. So you have to convince them that it's really important. It's a matter for the company and for your clients.
Okay, merci Philippe. Jean-Pierre?
I will be Keten, but you know, when we say cybersecurity, it's everyone's problem. This is what we really describe here. We have to make sure everyone understands the impact. We cannot innovate if we don't know what's the process, what's the people is doing, what is the plan, the priority, and from there we need to remove all impediment that is related to security, because it can be really dry for a lot of people. So make sure people will focus their energy on what provide value and not, you know, on the security aspect, but we need to follow them. It's more about this when I'm talking about and thinking about Coach, but there's also all the aspect that we can support startup and how we can create really a community together and make sure it's not only grant that the organization receive, but also customers that are ready to pay for solving a specific problem, and startup are here to provide value. At the end, you know, we work a lot with many grants, but we prefer if the organization, the other side, receive the grant if they work with us. So in one of the topic I really wanted to bring here, so we can support all this innovation and when we talk about innovation, there's IP related to it. This is my point.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And in fact, a big way the federal government focuses research security is by preventing grants if we don't think the risk has been mitigated appropriately. So thank you for raising that. Bernard?
Yeah, very interesting question. So my first thing would be, one of the things I'm personally most tired in facing, and because I know it's a real problem, but when you try to raise awareness in terms of cybersecurity, often what you get in terms of the product, for instance, functionality becomes opposed to security. It becomes as a doodad, something you add on, something that's cool, something that, hey, can I market this? And can I make it? I understand where it comes from, but when you buy a car, the security belt is not optional. It's there. You cannot say to the vendor, hey, strip it away, chip off $500, we'll fine. That does not happen. If you want that to happen, you actively need to remove it. You actively need to spend money to remove it, and you actively need also to create some kind of system to stop the car from beeping at you because you're basically doing something very stupid. So the same applies for cybersecurity. The push from multiple countries, Canada included, was to make security by design, security by default, something that needs to be done in products. What that means basically is that security should be there, and if you don't want it, you need to make an effort to remove it, but it's not something that you can say, oh, I'll cheap off and I'll remove it. Now, that being said, if you're an incubator, you're being basically a startup, you have a very tiny company, you've got a small bunch of brainiacs which basically have the next gen idea to, I don't know, reinvent how you're gonna be human in next year. They're not cybersecurity experts, and that's fine. That is very fine, and that's not their focus, and that's understandable. Now, if we as a country want to protect our IP and we are willing to invest and make them succeed in creating the next gen technology, we should be also be able to provide them with financial support or technical support to ensure they make the proper cybersecurity move and focus on what they're good at. Otherwise, it's a badly spent brain juice if they start going from their physics to trying to figure out cybersecurity and try to do both at the same time. So this is what I would like to say to Canada as a whole, being there should be more support for companies to be able to gain access to expertise such as what we have to offer, because we know this is something that's needed. But we also understand when they say, well, I've got only that much money, and if I don't make that product, I'm dead. So the feature, again, is opposed to the cybersecurity and protecting it. And like you said, if it's worth doing, it's worth inventing, it should be worth protecting. But there needs to be the funds for this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And that concept of accessibility, we're talking about earlier, it relates to the importance in the sense of procurement as well, in the process of procurement, especially for SMEs who can't necessarily afford to write up 300 pages on something or have, 8 feet thick steel walls facilities. So you figure out how to make it more accessible, the entire ecosystem. On that,
maybe I just add one thing. If it's something that's been identified in terms of strategic problem that we need to protect in terms of just basically our own sovereignty, the defense funds that are becoming available, more available, could in part help this type of thing, protect our own IP, create innovation, but also help protecting it. Not only creating new stuff, but the stuff should be secured.
Yeah, absolument. Très bien dit. Thank you so much. So any questions for the group? Oui, parfait.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, c'est très intéressant. La question qui tue, how does all this stand up to the world of generative AI? And how are you helping companies that are looking to more leverage these tools, but you're also looking at people who can't always build the tools for them inside. So you don't even know what is playing with your data.
Okay,
seems like for you.
If I can take it, the first slide I present is really about the AI also. The fact that we can secure the source that LLM will connect all the data, you can vet and make sure this data source will stay always with the level of things that should be there. And we're also currently building a guardrail for making sure every prompt, every photo or files or data source that go through this will be LLM compliant based on your policies and standard that you define in your organization. And at the end, if anyone in the organization will not be tempted to provide, because they will not have those files anymore, it will be at the right place. They will not be tempted to put those kind of data inside of the platform and any LLM. We also work with TELUS. It's one of our new customers, and we are really proud of that. They build a full structure that it's called Fuel IX, where you can federate hundreds of LLMs, the one that is specialized on the right things, and we're currently inserting ourselves as a guardrail for them. So there's many innovation in this aspect, and we are really inside of it, because it makes no sense that we protect all those data and we send this to LLM that is outside of the Canada, because most of them, when you want to use AWS last model of Grok or anything, it's always in the US side. So if you want to keep it in Canadian, that's why we also work on the sovereign way of work with Cohere. I don't know if you know Cohere, C-O-H-E-R-E. It's a Canadian LLM with an infrastructure with TELUS, and Coash as the security. This is what we currently try to build and form for the defense, national defense, and make sure everything that will be shared will be inside our own country and not under the Patriot Act. Is that answering the question? Good.
I knew you were the guy. Thanks. I may add one point. Educate your people. It's no matter the technological means you're going to put in place, if the person is not aware that they should not do this and what kind of data they should not put on the LLM platform, whichever it is, even if you have the best technical means, if they're thinking something and they're on the toilet, they're going to pick up their phone, ask a GPT and put the information out there. It's the first thing you should do is educate and have a policy that you actually tell people what is the policy and tell them why the policy exists. This should be like the cornerstone, the very basic thing to do.
That's a very good point. Yes. Always, Lucy.
Philippe, tu as mentionné que vous scannez les employés. Je ne me rappelle plus le terme que tu as utilisé.
Screené en français.
C'est ça, screener. Est-ce que tu peux élaborer un peu plus sur qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, jusqu'à quel point ça va en profondeur?
Oui. Oui. En fait, il y a plusieurs niveaux, là. Il y a d'abord première vérification, c'est peut-être le bon mot en français, vérification, là, qui est fait avec les ressources humaines, là, puis il y a une agence externe, là, des antécédents criminels. Aussi, souvent, les gens qui sont souvent plus à risque, c'est des gens qui ont des problèmes financiers, que ça, c'est des lumières rouges qui peuvent allumer, c'est des gens qui peuvent être plus facilement corrompus. Donc, ça, c'est le premier niveau que nous, on fait. Puis, évidemment, vérifier les antécédents, pas juste criminels, mais du CV, là, pas juste d'appeler un ancien employeur, mais des fois aussi, de vérifier les diplômes. Il y a quand même souvent des faux CV. Là, les gens ont tendance à embellir beaucoup leur CV ils ont des diplômes. Je me rappelle de certaines histoires, là, moi, dans mon passé, quand j'étais avocat, où je me rappelle d'une compagnie publique que je n'aimerais pas, où le CTO disait qu'il avait un PhD, puis il n'y avait pas de PhD, que ça sortait à un moment donné. Il était obligé de démissionner. C'était un peu gênant quand une compagnie publique qui vient de lever des centaines de millions de dollars. Mais donc, c'est ça. Donc, c'est des vérifications qu'on fait. Puis, à un autre niveau, évidemment, il y a des vérifications. Quand je parlais des programmes marchandises contrôlées, il y a des questionnaires qui viennent avec ça. C'est normé là, par le gouvernement fédéral que d'autres questions qu'on pose aux employés qu'on vérifie. Puis, quand on parle de clairance de sécurité, bien là, les enquêtes se font par le gouvernement fédéral, par la GRC qui font eux autres leur enquête. Nous, on a juste un oui ou un non sur les clairances. On n'a pas le résultat des enquêtes, mais c'est les différents niveaux qu'on fait.
Merci beaucoup.
Parfait. Bon, ben, je remercie les trois panélistes qui sont venus de Québec pour être ici avec nous à Montréal aujourd'hui. Puis merci vraiment d'avoir partagé l'information. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Marc-André.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to introduce to you Ms. Clefendi Pierre-Louis. She is the Director General Services to Business Branch at the Canadian Intellectual Property Office. Ms. Pierre-Louis will be speaking about the concept of secret patent applications. Thank you.
Okay. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Oui, OK. OK. Est-ce que ça va? Parfait. So, un grand merci pour l'invitation, Monsieur Durand, Madame Bélisle. Alors, je suis ici pour vraiment partager comment le PIC, l'Office de la propriété intellectuelle du Canada, contribue dans l'identification et l'interception des brevets qui pourraient potentiellement avoir un impact sur la sécurité nationale. So what is interesting is that since this morning, we've been talking a lot about the geopolitical tensions that are currently happening and that we are living through. We've talked about the rapid technological convergence when it comes to AI and advanced materials. And also, we've talked about the significant acceleration of dual use invention. And we've heard Mr. McKay, we're talking about dual, but often it's also a multiple use of innovation. So what is interesting is that many countries right now are paying close attention in the way that sensitive IP information is being managed, and Canada is not an exception to that. So the good news is that our legislative framework actually has been put in place a mechanism to secure defense-related invention. And today I will walk you through briefly what we currently do at CIPO to implement these mechanisms. So when we talk about defense patents in a general term, so people are often thinking of defense patents when they think of obvious military innovation. However, we know with the scope of evolving technology, we have to actually think much broader than that. So when we receive an application at CIPO, we need to reflect the dual use of innovation that is being sent to us through what is currently being done in the innovation ecosystem. So we actually use the international patent classification to be able to streamline what could be potentially identified as dual use, and also to determine if there's an issue or potential issue in terms of national security, defense, or even through our intelligence considerations. And what is interesting is that many of the applications that we will receive will not describe their application as defense or military, right? So you actually have to go to the application to try and figure out if there's actually a defense or a military or even a security implication with what the innovation is trying to protect. In terms of the international patent classification, there are several traditional classification that are connected with defense. So we're thinking of life-saving, explosive weapons, nuclear physics. These are just a few, but these are the most common one when it comes to defense. Like I said, we need to think broader, and what is important is that we understand the intersectionality between defense and dual use innovation. And from the people that work within our organization in the patent branch that are responsible to review the applications, over the time, they have actually acquired very technical expertise around defense, national security, awareness. They have the understanding of the subject matter of the application that they will review, and also work closely with D&D to be able to identify something that should be intercepted and potentially raised as of concern in terms of the public disclosure of that information. This represents some stats around what's been publicly disclosed in terms of innovation that are either dual use or related to defense. So you see that from a Canadian perspective, we have approximately 500 applications per year that actually are related to traditional defense and that are being put out there to for people to see and potentially innovate from. However, we're seeing 500 applications. We actually get close to 40 new patent applications per year. So that amount is really small when we're talking about defense. However, that small amount actually is an advantage for us right now, because when we are actually looking at these applications, we are able to be very meticulous and actually take them case by case. So spend a little bit more time on them to make sure that there's no national risk in exposing publicly information that should be secure. So about the handling of the applications. So when we talk about a secret application, it's basically an application where with its subject matter, we deem that the application will have an impact on national defense, national security, and in our international obligations. So when we look at the secrecy framework that's been placed in the Patent Act, it is one of the tools that is currently being used to help secure that information. So there are 3 sections of the Act that allows us to basically be able to act, prevent that information to become public. So there's a section 20 and 21. So that's basically oversee and outline what are the secrecy orders, the restrictions around publication and the handling of the protocols. But we also have the section 22 of the Act, where we have a legal obligations when it comes to innovation around nuclear related inventions. So we have an obligation to actually flag these applications to the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission before it actually gets published. So what it means is that anything that has to do with nuclear has to go there first, and then they will make a determination if yes or no, that information will become public. So our role from a CIPO perspective is really the identification and also the interception. So we are, so when we get to the application, there's 3 main ways by default that we will know that something is of interest and should probably be looked at. So the applicant or the patent lawyers themselves will let us know. So they will flag us to say, oh, I'm filing for this application. It may have a military use. You should be looking at it carefully. It is also when we're receiving an application from a DND employee or scientist working for the government on a defense-related project. But we also have, from our own examiners, the ability to assess the application, like I was saying at the beginning, to try and see if the technology is related with weapon systems, surveillance, anything that may touch on national security. What is important is that once we decide to intercept that application, it actually goes to DND. And the Department of National Defense are responsible for actually making the decision on if the application will remain secret or if it actually can follow suit in terms of the regular process of a patent application. Even though we protect domestic applications, we also protect the secrecy of applications coming from other countries. So from a NATO perspective, they will file secret applications directly with Canada, and it follows the same rules. So what it means is that their equivalent of DND will actually review their application, put the secret clearance on it, and then when it comes here, we just apply it as if it was already clear. So there's no additional review on our side. What is important is that even though the application itself has become secret, it's still a patent application. So what it means that it still needs to be examined. It still needs to go to the process of being granted or not. So it's really the handling of the application itself that's secret, but the patent continues its normal process. So there are strict mechanisms, obviously, to make sure that that information remains secure. I can tell you right now that none of it is electronic. So right now we have secure channels, we have restricted contacts that endorse that application, and even just the sharing of that information right now is done in a manner that is at this point not electronic at all. This is just to share information where ultimately the mail may be one of the areas where we would actually receive the secure information. And we, so there's information coming from Canada, but there's also information coming from the other international jurisdiction to be able to make sure that their application is able to be protected here in Canada. There are fees to be associated. So like I said, it follows the process. So you still have to pay for the maintenance fees, for example. That also is not something that we would accept electronically at this time. And what is interesting, so we are accepting fees not only from the patentees or the lawyer, but also from third parties. So this also is currently available for a regular patent. So if someone were to be using a clearinghouse, for example, to pay for their application, we would actually accept that payment, obviously following secure protocols that's been put in place. Quickly, obviously, all of the individuals that have to work with the secret application have to receive the proper clearance to do so. And that clearance is being provided by the Public Service Procurement of Canada, so PSPC. There are a list of law firms and individuals in Canada that have received that clearance to be able to process these applications. Obviously, for that information is not readily available for people to know. However, for innovators that feel that they have an innovation that may require attention based on the nature of the innovation itself, we are able to guide them through informal networking to speak to the right people to be able to make sure that their information remains secret. So in terms of what we also do, so CIPO obviously is known to be a regulator, so we are responsible for the administration of IP rights. However, we are also responsible for increasing awareness and effective use in Canada. So I have a team that is responsible for providing support to innovators and business owners to navigate the complexity around protecting their patents. I would say that 90% of the audience that comes directly to CIPO are small businesses. So we're talking I would say 20 or less employees in the business, not to say that, but there's a large portion that are also micro businesses, so we're looking at 5 or less. So what we offer is that we have online resources. So we have a little bit over 200 tools online for people to be able to self-learn about intellectual property and how to effectively protect it. We also have access to hands-on training. So we do boot camp and we do webinars. So really to try to help the clients navigate through their challenge and barriers in protecting IP. And we also have a set of IP advisors. So we have individuals across the country that are here to be able to do one-on-ones with the innovators, particularly as we know that financing is one of the major barriers to actually protect IP. So all of that information is provided free of charge for them to actually have the basic information to be eventually able to get to a lawyer to have a good conversation about their strategy, and hopefully that will lead to a less costly interaction with the lawyer. In terms of IP and national defense, we do work with key partners in the area. So obviously our department, I said, D&D ideas. So Philippe Hébert was mentioning us in terms of education and awareness support, PSPC and CSIS. Right now we've been working with them to following the budget 2025, we will have a new web presence online that is specifically dedicated to national defense, to be able to share some of the tools and resources that we have and be able to help innovators to navigate through the issues that they're experiencing, but also to give them the tools and the information that we need, because I can tell you right now that it's interesting to see the amount of people that actually come to us with innovation around defense. And I can say that from a Canadian perspective, we've had a lot of immigration, a lot of refugees. These are people that are coming from countries where war is currently in progress. And some of them have great ideas around how to protect their home countries, and they come in with things that are quite interesting. And often we just need to guide them, because obviously all of this needs to be heavily secure, because it's not only impacting their own country national security, but ours too, right? So with that, it covers our CIPO's contribution when it comes to securing any information that's relevant for the security of Canada. And I'll take a few questions if you have any. Okay.
Thanks